I'm calling the regular meeting of the Ross-Town Council on Thursday, February 11th, 2021 to order. Linda, can you please take the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Breckus
Here.
and Councilmember Kircher,
Here.
Councilmember Cool
Here.
and Councilmember Robbins
Here.
and Mayor McMillan.
Here. Has the agenda been posted?
Yes, it has.
And turning to item number 3, the meeting minutes. There's been 2 small edits to the meeting minutes on page 5 and page 9. Does anyone have any other corrections to the meeting minutes? Okay, hearing none, could we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus
Aye.
and Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
and Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
And the motion
you.
passes unanimously.
Item number 5, open time for public expression. This is limited to 3 minutes per speaker for items that are not on our agenda tonight.
Real quick, we should do the demands.
Oh, I always forget that. Sorry, Joe.
No problem.
Have our demands been met?
Yes, they have.
Thank you. Item number 5, open time for public expression, limited to 3 minutes per speaker for items that are not on tonight's agenda.
I do not see any raised hands. Joe, do you see anything either? I don't see any raised hands.
Okay,
Nope, none.
okay. Item number 6, the mayor's report. Tonight, we begin considering the Corte Madera Creek Flood Risk Management Project Phase 1 Draft Environmental Impact Report. Its primary goal is to enhance and improve Corte Madera Creek by reducing the frequency and severity of flooding and protecting life and property. The proposed project causes one significant and unavoidable impact in Frederick Allen Park, as more than 100 trees would need to be removed. This would impact the visual quality in the park for about 10 years until new trees could grow to screen views of concrete structures and surrounding buildings. The report also provides several alternatives. The comment period ends March 17th, so we will revisit this item at our March meeting. Residents can email comments to cortemadera.creek@marincounty.org. Also in March, we will decide which town facilities to rebuild for fire, police, paramedics, and administrative services. You can learn more about these issues by visiting the town's facilities page. In the meantime, we continue to welcome your comments and questions. Please contact Joe Chin, Patrick Streeter, or any council member. And if you are interested in helping raise funds for a new fire station, please contact Molly Gamble. In late December, a new Marin Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or CWPP, was issued, updating the 2016 CWPP, providing guidance and strategies to reduce fire hazard and the risk of catastrophic wildfires. The CWPP outlines mitigation strategies and provides recommendations to educate and prepare residents. It's not too early to start preparing now for fire season by reducing your home's structural ignitability and managing your defensible space. Lots of helpful tips can be found at Fire Safe Marin. Finally, it's gratifying to know that some residents are beginning to receive COVID-19 vaccinations, signaling a glimmer of light at the end of this very long tunnel. Council committee and liaison reports. Anybody? Beach.
I am one of those who got the first shot.
Congratulations, that's awesome. When do you get your second one?
March 2nd.
Great, that's really good news. And I know Dr. Robbins has had her too because of her profession. So we're making progress here. It's good. Anybody else? All right, number 8, staff and community reports, town manager.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I do have a few updates related to our recruitment and replacing our retiring police chief, Eric Masterson. We received many qualified applications for the chief of police position. Interviews were conducted, and initial offer has been made to the top candidate. The background investigation has begun and will take several weeks to complete. We will announce the candidate once everything is successfully completed. I'm happy to announce that Gretchen Kostetz has been appointed as our new recreation manager. Gretchen has been leading the recreation department over the past 6 months as the interim recreation manager. She has been with the recreation department since 2016 and has successfully led and navigated the recreation department through a very challenging time with the COVID pandemic. Something to look forward to in the next couple of months when the weather gets nicer is the town is we'll be working with our downtown businesses and restaurants to have some outdoor dining event weekends where we put out additional tables and lighting similar to the event that we held on a Friday and Saturday in last October. And lastly, please continue to support our local downtown Ross businesses and restaurants. And that's, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next, RPOA. Linda Adrian is speaking on behalf of RPOA.
Okay, I brought her in.
Awesome, thank you. Welcome, Adrian.
You're muted, Adrian. Do you want to unmute?
RPOA has sent out its January newsletter and kicked off its annual membership drive. We're excited about that. Some of the plans for RPOA for the new year are to continue hanging flower baskets downtown to beautify Ross. We're going to be placing a drinking fountain at Natalie Coffin Green Park, and much more. We're also partnering with the postmaster to beautify the post office and place some rotating art in the building. As for the Ross Auxiliary, today we started delivering 70 plus Valentine grams to some children in the community. So we're really excited. And Julie, to take a page out of your book, I know there's been a lot of talk about the social justice with the renaming Sir Francis Drake. So the auxiliary is using funds to benefit Bayside MLK and the arts program for their school, because we know that Ross School has been talking a lot about that, and we wanted to do something in a meaningful way. Additionally, the Ross Auxiliary has started promoting the mobile directory. We're moving to a subscription model. So anybody that wants to get contacts from their neighbors or connect with a new friend, the directory is a great way to do that. And finally, in lieu of Spring Fling this year, we know that doing the Easter egg hunt is not practical during COVID times. We're going to be doing a neighborhood spring scavenger hunt. So more details to be revealed there, but it will be over the course of 2 weeks, so nobody's gathering at a specific time, and it will be inclusive of all members of the community, seniors, children, to be able to walk the streets together and have just a little bit of cheer. Thank you.
That's great, Adrian. Thank you so much for that thorough report. And that's really wonderful with Bayside MLK.
We're really excited about it.
That's a terrific idea. Thank you. Turning now to the consent agenda, does any member of the council wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Does any member of the public wish to pull an item from the consent agenda? See anybody, Linda?
Well, Bill's hand is raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And there's also a member of public with a hand raised too.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't intend to raise my hand. I was trying to adjust my screen and unintentionally raised my hand instead, which solves the problem. What happened to my screen? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yes, we do have Charlie Goodman, who has his hands raised.
Okay, Charlie? Do you wish to pull an item from 9?
No, Julia, it's not to recall it. I would just like to make a statement if I could. Oop.
Okay, this isn't pertaining to 51 Sir Francis Drake. You know that.
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's coming up. That's item number 10, Charlie. So
Okay, sorry,
on.
I'll wait. Thank you.
hold on a second. Yeah. Anybody else from the public, Linda, that you see?
No, I do not see anyone else.
Okay, so we just need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
And Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
The consent calendar A through D is approved.
Thank you. Now we're turning to item number 10, which is public hearing on planning projects, part 1. A is 51 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, design review and nonconformity permit, and town council consideration of adoption of resolution number 2193. Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Planner Matthew Weintraub providing a very brief report. The existing residence at 51 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard is a flood-prone property that is currently located 1.7 feet below the base flood elevation. The project proposes to raise the existing house by 2.7 feet in its current location so that it is 1 foot above the base flood elevation. This would reduce the flood risk and make the property compliant with FEMA regulations and with the town's flood prevention ordinance. The project is eligible to receive funds from the FEMA Marin County Structure Elevation Mitigation Project, which provides up to 75% of the cost of lifting the home. The ADR group has reviewed and unanimously supports the project. No public comments were received. And in summary, staff recommends approval of the project, and I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Town council, any questions? All right. Does the applicant wish to make a statement? All right.
Yet there is, I do see somebody, I will move them over. I believe it's the app, I would guess it's the applicant.
There, Noah Berry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to let you all know that this project is really important to, safeguard my home and make sure that I do not flood again. This property has received multiple over $50,000 worth of damage claims on various flood insurance policies over the years. So this would preclude that from happening again. And I met with the design review group, and they had some questions regarding my garage and that not being in line with the design of the house. And at some point I plan on having the garage conform with the house, but because this is a FEMA grant I'm dealing with, and the garage is not included in part of the grant, I have to remove that aspect completely in order to have this streamlined through the FEMA process, because it's a very arduous process dealing with the grant administrator and FEMA. You can't imagine the number of hoops we need to jump through to satisfy the requirements.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Noah. I've heard it's been incredibly challenging. Comments from the public, Charlie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that Mr. Berry has been a neighbor of mine for many, many years. I commend him for raising his house out of the floodplain. He has had to jump through too many hoops. Most people would not have done this, the amount of time and effort and money that it has taken. And I would like to ask the council at this time to look at this process for the future. One, staff should help the applicant with all of the agency permits that Noah has to go through, and he can tell you how many different agencies that he had to deal with. The applicant should not have to spend the time going through design review. I feel the application for this type of event should come straight to council and bypassing the time that's needed through design review. We used to do the variances and all that on a council level, and I think we should do that on this again. Number three, I think that the fees should be either greatly reduced or waived for this type of an application. And I think that by doing this, it would induce more residents to follow Noah's lead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Anybody else from the public wish to make a comment?
We have James Coy has his hand raised. Bring him in. Oh, where did he go? There he is. Go ahead, James. I don't know.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, good. Sorry, my computer just took me away from the site for some reason. Yeah, I just wanted to comment that as the architect on this project, I've found that working with Matthew has been very easy. He's been very helpful. I think the process has been unusually smooth compared to some of the other agencies and cities that I do work with. So I just want to bring that to your attention. The design review process was also very good. We had a few comments that came up, and the last design revisions that we submitted, we did respond to those. We changed the front entry stairway to what they were suggesting. So yeah, I think it's been a good process, and I'm hoping we can get an approval.
Thank you. We appreciate that feedback. Linda, anybody else from the public?
I don't see any other raised hands, no.
Okay, let's bring it back to the council then for any discussion that might be necessary or a motion.
I move we approve resolution 2193.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote, Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
And Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now turning to our administrative agenda, number 11, overview and discussion of Corte Madera Creek Flood Risk Management Project, draft environmental impact report. Rich.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Rich Simonich, Town Engineer. Let me just get the slideshow going up here. And had it here a minute ago. There we go. It was covered up. Okay. So tonight we're going to take a look at the Corte Madera Creek Flood Risk Management Project Phase 1, a review and discussion of the draft EIR that we received a few weeks back. We are in the middle of the 45-day comment period for the draft EIR. We're having another council meeting on March 11th to review our full comment letter and review of the EIR. There's a lot of information in this EIR. We've had a few weeks to look at it, but tonight we're going to look really at the main points of concern that we've heard over the past actually several years. Give council, give the public an idea of what is being proposed, where to find this stuff in the EIR, just kind of get everybody a little bit of help in going through it for the next couple of weeks while we prepare for the March 11th meeting. So the discussion outlined tonight, we're going to look again at the CEQA process. What is an EIR? The project alternatives, what's the definition? How does CEQA define alternatives? And the project objectives for this particular project. And we're going to look at the response to the scoping letters. We're going to look at what we felt were adequate responses in our a little bit more than cursory review of the draft EIR. And we're going to talk a little bit about what we felt were inadequate responses as we move toward the response letter for the March 11th meeting. We're going to take a detailed look at the proposed project. We're going to look at the proposed project itself, the site plan, flood protection benefits, that sort of thing. And then we're going to look at the proposed alternatives. There are 3 alternatives in addition to the no project alternative that were presented in the draft EIR. And then we're going to look at the next steps in the process and then pass it back to the council and the public for discussion. So the CEQA process, the environmental impact report, it does not advocate for or against any project. It describes the environmental setting, probable impacts and feasible ways of reducing or eliminating those impacts. It analyzes the cumulative effects and provides 4 alternatives to the proposed project. The definition of project alternatives, according to the CEQA guidelines, the EIR shall describe a range of reasonable alternatives to the project or the location of the project which would feasibly attain most of the basic objectives of the project, but would avoid or substantially lessen any of the significant effects of the project and evaluate the comparative merits. And the range of potential alternatives to the proposed project shall include those that could feasibly accomplish most of the basic objectives of the project. And the EIR shall include sufficient information about each alternative to allow meaningful evaluation, analysis, and comparison. So that's what we are focusing on when we review the project alternatives tonight. The project objectives for this particular project from the draft EIR is flood risk reduction, number 1. Environmental benefits such as improved fish passage, natural creek processes. The public access and recreational quality is another part of the objectives for the Marin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Maintain a public access along the creek via the multi-use path and enhance recreational experiences. Operational reliability, regulatory compliance, complying with all local, state, and federal environmental laws, and a fiscally responsible project that implements a flood risk reduction project that can be accomplished with local and reasonably foreseeable grant funding opportunities. So let's take a look at the response to the scoping letter that the town issued, and we're also going to look at a few of the concerns that we saw from the scoping letters from some of our residents. So our review of the draft EIR, we actually felt that there were several of our concerns from the scoping letter that we submitted were adequate. They did provide a feasible alternative. Alternative 1 is what it's called in the draft EIR. It proposes the removal of the fish ladder without impacting Allen Park itself. And it identified the potential CEQA impacts related to replacing the existing park with a proposed floodplain park, which is what we asked for. And those impacts were the earth disturbance and quantity of cubic yards of off-haul. That information is provided. A detailed list of the type, number, and size of the trees to be removed and replanted in Allen Park. That was very adequately provided. Project diagram showing the specific locations of the walls and fencing within the Frederick Allen corridor. A fencing plan showing construction staging, storage of materials, the mechanisms and procedures to keep the public safe during high water events. That was mentioned as well. Comparison of the 10, 25, and 100-year flood risk reduction, including the proposed project with alternative one, or comparing the proposed project with alternative one. So what we felt were not adequately addressed in the draft EIR were the impacts related to the shade and habitat during the initial years of tree growth at Allen Park. The draft EIR discusses the shade with respect to recreation impacts and bringing in shading mechanisms for as the tree canopy grows, but it was only, as far as we could find, was only addressed in the recreation department. It did not address the impacts to habitat and fish passage, which is what we asked for in the scoping letter. And there are folks from the Flood Control District and the environmental team in the audience tonight, and perhaps they could address some of these inadequacies as we move forward tonight. So the other thing was the maintenance responsibilities of the proposed floodplain and park. The draft EIR implies no changes from the current maintenance responsibility of the Flood Control District. So this is not necessarily a CEQA issue, but will require a comprehensive understanding when we draft the MOU prior to the issuance of our permits and approvals later on this year. Then we look at the Ross residents and some other concerns. One of the main concerns we've been hearing about is the drainage from the peripheral sources into the channel. That's all the pipes outlets that come into the channel from the neighborhoods up Laurel Grove, Canyon Way, and then the neighborhoods from Ross Common, and even draining down Lagunitas Road, and mainly those town-maintained storm drift systems that enter into the channel. So if this new project causes a raise in the water surface elevation in the channel, which we'll get to in a minute, that actually causes a hydraulic increase upstream into those pipes as well and into the neighborhood. The draft EIR actually specifically said they're not going to look at that, and the town staff feels that that is at least a significant or at least a minor impact that does need to be addressed. There are mitigation measures you can do, is you can put in what's called a flap gate that closes when the water in the channel gets high, and then it'll open up to let the storm drains drain as the water surface elevation in the channel goes down. We feel that is important. That needs to be addressed. We believe in the EIR phase. And the other thing is the water surface elevation rise within the federally regulated floodway, which we have going through Ross. So the project, we'll show you in a minute, it does reduce flooding in the neighborhoods downtown and along Poplar and Ross Common, and actually quite significant reductions in the 10 and 25-year storms. At the expense of the water surface elevation in the channel, it does get a little bit higher. And FEMA requires what's called a letter of map revision evaluation of the floodplain when a project proposes to raise the water surface elevations. That could be a time-consuming process that should probably be mentioned somewhere in the draft EIR, or a conversation with the town staff very soon on that impact. So the project is, as you can see over here in the corner, it's quite a large project. From Ross, it extends into Kentfield, and my cursor's here at the bottom right, and all the way into almost Larkspur, where then it becomes a natural channel upstream of the Bon Air Bridge. So this is a regional project. We're a significant but small part of this entire project being described in this draft EIR. Tonight, we're going to focus on what's happening in Ross. We're not really going to look at what's going on downstream, although those are significant projects, we're concerned with what's happening here in our town. So the project consists of, as proposed, is the floodplain park, what they're calling, and a realignment of the rec trail over to along the property line with the Ross Common properties here. So the bike path will be moved right up against that common property line with the town park and the backyard of the Ross Common properties. And then it'll come back to the existing bike path here. These are retaining walls that extend from the existing channel wall, and I believe they feather out to an elevation of basically nothing. So they're probably equivalent to the channel wall up here, and they get smaller as they proceed over. And that's the same as this. These are the retaining walls of the project at the transition between where they're removing the fish ladder and entering into the floodplain park. This is actually a concrete apron right here that is needed to cover the sewer, the dual sewer sumps that go under the concrete channel. So, and then we have a number of repairs to or amendments to the natural channel upstream all the way past the Lagunitas Bridge. There's going to be some widening. The main purpose is to gradually match the grade of the old concrete channel with the new channel up here. You can't just do another abrupt rise in elevation, like you'll have the same effect as the fish ladder. So there'll actually be some excavation in the channel and revetments and that sort of treatment as we move back up the channel. And then by the time you get back down here to the tennis courts, you've transitioned back into what the project looks like now. Here's a close-up from the draft EIR of the Frederick Allen Park floodplain elements. And the lettering is very small, hard to read, but I can kind of describe what's going on here. Again, here's the tennis courts. This is the bike path that slowly descends into kind of a low area and then descends shallowly back up into over here at the post office parking lot. And this line here is the existing sewer line that we don't have to relocate. That's a huge expense that we don't have to, or the flood control district doesn't have to spend to relocate that. It's going to be incorporated into the project. This is one of the retaining walls that extends from the existing channel wall. Same over here. The trees that are being replanted, and you can see these shaded trees here. These are existing trees that are to remain, a number of trees there. This is a blow up down here of the overlook that's proposed. And I know that with the plan view, it's kind of hard to visualize what this is actually going to look like standing there, but we've got a rendering that I'll be showing in a minute. So here's the bike trail. This is, you'll walk down over to an overlook and there's a bench to sit and there's accessible area for handicap ramps and landscaping. So this is the perspective view of the floodplain park. You are, from this picture, you're maybe 40 or 50 feet past the tennis courts heading towards the post office. And right along here is the backyard of the Ross Common commercial properties. So this will be right up back there towards the commercial properties. And then just a shallow type slope down to the new natural creek. And you can see that these transitional retaining walls up here in the background. Hopefully that you can see this and you're not looking at a small iPad, and that it shows basically what the floodplain park will look like. This is after only like 2 years of growth. I wanted to use this slide so you can see more elements. The draft EIR did show what the project will look like, I think, at 10 years and then at 25 years with the growth of the trees. This is the flood protection benefits per the model that was run by the Flood Control District. This is the 25-year event. I just picked the 25-year event. They did provide the 10 and the 100-year for the project. And I just want to describe this so that you get an understanding as you're looking through the document yourselves over the next few weeks. So this green, almost like bright green, that is an area that used to flood that will have no more flooding after the project. That's what that represents. And you get a lighter green where you've had, you do have reduced flooding all along Ross Common here, Poplar into Kent Avenue. This is Granton Park. This is for the 25-year, it'll have, where it flooded before, there'll be no flooding at all. The properties up along Sir Francis Drake here, they will receive some significant flood benefit, as well as Ross Common over here. This is Murphy Creek, kind of between Ross Common, comes up around Bridge Road and then back down. Again, this is hard to see that the draft EIR does have a better picture of this. One thing I want you to notice here, though, that you can see this red in the channel. What this means is that the water surface elevation where the existing channel is going to be higher than it is currently. That's because the water's slowing down. You're actually getting, when you have this floodplain park, you do get what I'll just call some detention. So when you get to the cost of having detention is you increase your water surface elevation. The county is proposing protection along with flood walls along the existing properties. There's no danger to flooding, but I did want to bring this up because that does have an impact when you're tying in storm drains from your surrounding neighborhoods that drain into the creek. The increase in water surface elevation in the creek does translate to an increase in water surface elevation coming back out of those storm drain pipes. This is a diagram of the entire project from down here's Bonnier Bridge down here. This shows by parcel what the floodplain benefits are. So when you see the green, that's where you have no flooding where there used to be flood impacts. And the light green is actually from a 4.5 foot to a 1 foot reduction. So as you get bluer, you see less benefit until you get to dark blue is pretty negligible benefits. But so just for reference, so Ross Town Hall is here. This is Ross School over here. Marin Art and Garden Center over here. These are the properties along Sir Francis Drake. So let's look at the project alternatives. Alternative 1 is all elements of the proposed project all the way down to the natural channel in Kentfield are included, including the fish ladder removal, everything except the removal of the concrete channel in Ross and no construction in Frederick Allen Park. This is the no impact to the park alternative that we asked for. So fish passage impacts are somewhat mitigated by introducing additional enlarged fish pools in the concrete channel between the Kentfield Hospital Bridge and upstream to the transition into the natural channel by the fish ladder. Potential benefits of this alternative: it eliminates the single significant and unavoidable impact on visual quality, which was identified in the draft EIR as the removal of the existing trees and the 10 to 20 years it's going to take to have that canopy return again. So that's, as like Julie mentioned in her report, that is the single significant and unavoidable impact. It does reduce water surface elevation in the channel compared to the proposed project. So what that means, of course, there'll be less impact to those neighborhood storm drains that tie into the creek. And it does reduce erosion and sediment creation because we are keeping all the water in a concrete channel and not creating a natural channel where there is potential for erosion and sediment. Potential drawbacks of this alternative, there is reduced flood benefits to downtown and residential properties, mainly in the 100-year storm. And the large storm events, there is significant impact. In the 10 and 25-year storm modeling, the impacts all stay within the channel. There's nothing really beneficial or detrimental to the properties in Ross for the 10 and 25-year. But again, the 100-year shows actually some pretty good benefits. And the other potential drawback is reduced environmental benefits to habitat, fish passage, and recreation. So this is alternative one. This is what I was just describing. This is for the 100-year flood event. And what this shows is you get a half a foot to 1 foot of additional benefit by introducing the floodplain park. Along here is the Roscommon properties. Here's the tennis courts here. You get a 0.2 to 0.5 foot additional benefit by doing the floodplain park over the alternative one. Down here, where along Poplar Avenue, where Poplar becomes Roscommon. Some of the properties along Sir Francis Drake, and a little bit of benefit up here by Town Hall. Here's Lagunitas Road, Sir Francis Drake, and this is Roscommon here, and then branches off to Redwood there. So this is the comparison between if we did the floodplain park project, the proposed project, or we did the alternative one with leaving the Frederick Allen Park untouched. And what you see here is this, the red shows that we did leave Frederick Allen Park intact and did no construction, you would see less higher water surface elevation in the channel than if we did the floodplain park. So there, again, there's that benefit to storm drain systems that tie into the channel. And this, I know this can get confusing, especially these comparison maps, and I'd be happy to answer any questions when we get towards the end. Alternative 2. So all elements of the proposed project are included, but the multi-use trail becomes a boardwalk structure running along the western perimeter, similar to the proposed project, but it maintains the current elevation of the pathway. So it sort of acts as a little bit of a berm, and then where there's a low area, it's going to be on probably like an elevated trestle or something like that, but only a couple feet high. This is nothing substantive as far as it being a boardwalk that you see going out into the ocean or anything like that. So this is identified in the EIR as the environmentally superior alternative. The potential benefits of this alternative is it reduces safety concerns by restricting the public access to the natural channel. So you still have the whole floodplain park with this alternative, everything that you see in the proposed project, except that the multi-use path maintains its current grade and the back of the project near the Roscommon properties. It doesn't dive down low like the proposed project. Reduces other impacts related to recreation, transportation, mainly bike transportation. The bike path won't get inundated during the large flood events. It'll stay high and dry. Allows more revegetation and replanting within the floodplain park. Potential drawbacks is the reduced recreational use of the floodplain park itself. And this is the site plan that kind of shows the alternative to you're removing all these trees, you're replanting, you're doing everything of the proposed project, but up here you have the rec trail and it sort of acts as a berm. You've got the retaining walls extended right along the edges of this pathway on both sides. This side is essentially the same as the proposed project. Nothing changes over here. It's all over here on this. So alternative 3 is very subtle changes to the proposed project. All elements of the proposed project, but they're proposing natural looking rock walls instead of the concrete. For the Unit 3, Unit 4 transition structure, that's this concrete ramp here and the retaining walls. So this is the proposed project with basically improved visual quality by using natural looking stone and rock. So I'm going to pass this demonstration here over to Patrick, our planning and building director, to talk about the next steps and a little bit about the design review process. Patrick?
Thank you, Richard. So as Richard mentioned earlier, the project right now is in the environmental review phase. So the comment period for the draft environmental impact report is ongoing. It started at the beginning of the month and it will conclude on March 17th. During that time, the Board of Supervisors meeting on March 2nd will hold a public hearing for comments on the draft EIR. So in addition to being able to review the document and send in comments, there's also that public forum established for gathering feedback on the draft document. And the goal right now for the flood district is to have the final EIR published and certified at the beginning of the summer of this year. So once the environmental phase is complete, the project still needs to go through permitting. And in addition to state and federal permits, because Frederick Island Park is Ross property, the project would still be subject to permitting through the town. So that includes design review, which I'll talk a little bit about in a moment. In addition to certain agreements for use of public property or use of the town's property, which would include an encroachment agreement, any type of maintenance that would be ongoing. Rich, do we have actually another updated version of this slide next?
Yeah, this did not get the updates, but the additional process in the permitting with the encroachment agreement would be the maintenance agreement and the liability agreements and the MOUs involved in that process. That would be somewhere between the design review and encroachment agreement and the building grading and permits. Those MOUs for liability and for maintenance would need to be resolved prior to at the very latest prior to the issuance of the building permits.
And so basically all of these entitlements are what we call, I'm blanking on the word. So there's ministerial permits and then there are discretionary permits. So these are discretionary. The town has the ability to say yes or no to them. And it has to be justified, but we do have a decision point for each of these agreements and permits. Once those decisions are made, we move into the ministerial phase, which includes things like building and grading permits, at which point, if a project meets the standards and codes established, we have to grant approval for them. We no longer get to decide whether or not we think it's appropriate. So it's very important right now during the environmental review phase that we let any of our environmental concerns be known to the project team. And then when we move into the permitting phase, when we establish all of these agreements and do conduct the environmental review, we want to make sure that we're really getting an understanding of what the town's interest is in this project, and we're reflecting the comments that have been received from the public up to those points. And at least for the design review, that would include public meetings such as our advisory design review group, as well as a public hearing in front of the council to decide whether or not to approve design review. Once all of those permitting processes are in place, and as I mentioned before, that's in addition to the towns, there are also several levels of government that have to approve these projects. Construction would begin. It's tentatively projected to begin in April of next year. And my apologies to the late Frederick Allen for misspelling his name. But the construction in the park would, on this schedule, begin around June of 2022 and go for a couple months through October, and would conclude around the time that the Creek project in total is completed. So the Frederick Allen Park changes would be at the very end of the update to the Creek plan. So if we can go to the next slide. Yeah, that's what I thought this one was here. So that's the updated version. So then just to talk a little bit more about design review, that is controlled by our Ross Municipal Code, Chapter 1841. And it establishes the purpose of design review. Does have a lot to do with the natural environment in town, preservation of the lands and our resources, but it also talks about our general plan, the vision we have for the town, as well as our gateway areas, which the park would certainly be considered, as well as travel corridors. So the town has a vested interest, and it's established that through our design review process in what happens to the park and the creek in general. And we also have established criteria and standards for design review. So I mentioned earlier the discretion that the town has. We use these standards to determine whether or not a project meets our design review, our level of standard for design review. So some of the categories that includes are preserving natural areas, preserving and protecting views, enhancing the natural environment, consideration of landscaping, health and safety of the users of our public spaces, the visual focus of the improvements that are proposed, as well as low impact development. So controlling stormwater, using best practices to make sure we're not having a negative impact on the environment through the built environment. So it's a pretty robust list of standards and criteria that we have. And so the town really can point to our code chapter here and making sure that we get the best project for the town moving forward with this proposed improvement to the creek.
All right, thanks, Patrick. So that concludes the presentation tonight. So staff is available, as well as flood control staff and environmental staff, to answer questions, comments, and provide suggestions as we move towards preparing the comment letter on the draft EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich and Patrick. So town council question, let's do town council questions first. And then we can take comments from the public, and then we can have a brief discussion if people want to discuss once we've heard from the public. Beach, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for a great report, Rich, which really enlightened me about a number of the things that I wasn't able to pick up out of this voluminous report. First of all, my first question is, can you tell us in which of these alternatives and the preferred project do we eliminate fences?
So except for alternative one, where we leave the Frederick Allen Park alone, but I believe that would still have the cyclone fence up, all of the alternatives and the proposed project do have some fencing up to protect the plantings along the creek as they get established. And then they're proposing to remove those fences after the plantings and landscaping gets established. Other than that, they're mainly walls. And for safety, there may be railings, handrails on those walls where the vertical drop exceeds 36 inches or so.
And can you summarize for us in some way as to the alternatives and the preferred project, what flooding benefits we obtain from each of them? I know you did it as you went along, but can you give us some comparison of how we get the most flooding protection and how we get the least flooding protection?
So that information is more or less in the draft EIR, but you would have to pull up the plans and do a comparison. Basically, and it gets complicated because you're looking at a 10, a 25, and 100-year storm. But if we look at the 25-year storm, you're looking at anywhere from completely high and dry, where there used to be some flooding, up to, it looked like in some places, up to 4 feet of flood risk reduction. But I would imagine it's closer to around 1 foot. So I can only talk in general terms right now, or I could try to bring up some of the maps. That might take a little bit of time, but I'd be happy to do that, or prepare something for the March 11th meeting. Or perhaps someone from the county could answer that a little bit better. So
Maybe the best thing would be to prepare something for the March meeting to kind of outline that for us, because I think I at least need more help understanding what the gains and losses in the various alternatives. Am I correct in understanding? Well, let me back up a step. As I recall it, when we had the last the draft EIR, when the Corps of Engineers was still in the game, there was talk about widening the creek bed down in the Frederick Allen Park. Am I right that there is no creek widening proposed in any of these alternatives?
Well, not exactly. So when the county removes the concrete channel, that you will see a widening of the creek. And
just because the concrete isn't there.
It's not, the concrete's not there, and you need to transition your slopes. What they did do that is different from prior is they moved the channel closer into the Ross property and away from the property owners along Sir Francis Drake. They got rid of that whoop-de-doo of the channel where it swept back over towards Sir Francis Drake. But there is a widening of the creek with all of the proposals, with the exception of alternative 1. And let me add to that, as far as hydraulic benefits are concerned, the proposed project, or the preferred project, if you will, and alternative 2 and alternative 3 are fairly identical in flood protection. It's the difference comes whether we're going to build the floodplain park or whether we're going to leave Frederick Allen alone and keep the concrete channel. That's the real changes that between all the alternatives.
Okay, one other question. Do all of the proposals align with the Ross general plan?
I'll let Patrick answer that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I will have to research that a little more further for our next council meeting.
I know the draft EIR mentions the general plan, the Ross general plan, and how it attempts to conform to, I think, at least 2 aspects of it, and I can look for that. But I know that it is in the draft EIR. They have to address the project being consistent with our general plan, but then there are at least 2 elements in there that they met.
Okay, that's all the questions I have, and thanks very much for a very helpful report, Rich.
You're welcome.
Could I just make a suggestion that those 2 issues, the comparison of the flooding benefits and also the whether this fits with the general plan, if those could be addressed in the staff report in addition to at the March meeting, so that we can have a chance to think about those issues before the meeting, that would be really helpful.
Okay, so include those as exhibits to the attachments to the staff report, so you have those. Okay.
Yeah. All right, more questions? Nobody has any more questions?
Elizabeth and Bill have their hands up.
Yes, Elizabeth Breckus.
Thank you. I also had Beach's questions and your request for clarification, but when we're looking at differential flooding impacts, I think it's helpful to understand, do we have the analysis, not just with respect to properties, but with respect to either commercial buildings or residences taking on water versus crawl space versus just the land itself, because obviously that's a huge impact and something that would be helpful to consider.
Yes.
In addition, this height differential on the bike path, I just wonder what it does for ADA compliance and usability there. And then this whole question that Rich, you did a good job of saying, hey, we got a little bit of an issue here. It does seem like a big issue. This idea, if I'm putting it right, you're talking about there's inflow inlets from neighborhoods that are, the impact of that is not clear. And you raised, maybe there could be some blocking of these inlets. I mean, if you block them, aren't they just going to back up into these neighborhoods? And that seems really important to address. Then there's also one point about the staff report that, or the staff presentation, which by the way was excellent, which I think would be helpful is if you could explain when the council and or the flooding district and governmental bodies, when this gets decided. So we're all talking about this and raising feedback, but I didn't see in the description of what these different steps are, something that says, and this is when there's a vote on which alternative. And if you could just explain that. So that would be really helpful. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. So, yeah, it's the drainage from the peripheral drainage, I call it, from the town storm drain pipes going into the channel. It needs to be addressed, and it's relatively easily mitigated by using these flap gates. And some of the inlets in the concrete channel right now the smaller ones have flap gates, the larger ones don't. So the water does, with the channels filled, the water does back up into the properties that I mentioned along Poplar, Roscommon, and Laurel Grove, that sort of area. So yes, that is important. It needs to be addressed. You bring up a great point of when do we decide on an alternative, and staff has been talking about that very important aspect of that sooner rather than later. We need to bring together the residents, that maybe the end users of a creek, if we open it up, get the kids involved, the Ross School students, and get the people who have genuine concerns together in a workshop. Sometime we're envisioning sometime after the March 11th meeting, and very soon after that, we would have a public workshop where we would sit down and really get an idea of what does the town want out of this project, so that when it comes to the certification of the final EIR, we will know, and the county will know, and I would believe the Board of Supervisors will know what the town wants, what the town's going to tolerate. And before the Board of Supervisors makes their decision on certifying the EIR, and most likely approving a project shortly thereafter, if not at that same meeting, they know what the town wants, and that's extremely important. So yes, that's kind of where we're headed with that.
Can I just say one more thing? I know we brought it up on past meetings, but a continuing concern that I have is just this indemnity issue, which is, it's all great in theory, but the fact is, if we do something relying completely on the flood district's analysis of this, you know, we're not hiring our own hydrologists, but relying on them, then I just feel like it's only appropriate that the flood district, which is taking on all this tax dollars and we're providing these benefits outside of our jurisdiction and everything else, that the town get indemnity for the work, because, you know, it's a flood district project. It's not just Ross. And so that remains, for me at least, a big concern. Thank you.
I did want to mention regarding the flood analysis, that the comparison of the proposed project with the alternative one, the town has entered into a contract with a hydraulic engineer, actually two of them, two separate ones, to do a peer review of the hydraulics of that comparison. I forgot to mention that in the presentation, but we are taking the county's model and we're going to be analyzing it with a third-party peer review.
And when will those results be available, Rich?
I told them I need the results a week before the March 11th meeting so I can have time to get them into a presentable, into the staff report for you.
And I just have a follow-up question about the scheduling in terms of the workshop. The workshop would be after our March 11th meeting?
That's what we envision. Yeah, we would. The March 11th meeting will give the residents and the town council who are invited to the workshop a little bit more information to be going into this workshop. So we felt that having this meeting tonight and the March 11th meeting would provide adequate background so we can make some good informed decisions at the workshop.
Okay, and then the workshop would be held prior to the time when our comments are due back?
It would be inconsequential. It'd be very close to the same time or after. It's the two are at this time are not really related.
Oh, okay. Elizabeth Brackets, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, who are we working with that are going to peer review this?
We're working with Schaff and Wheeler, who have done numerous storm drain master plans and analysis in the county. And we're doing a small firm that worked with Matt Smeltzer on the Bolinas watershed drainage design, HEI engineers. They're going to do not such an in-depth analysis of the model. Schaff and Wheeler is going to do a pretty good deep dive on it, and then HEI is going to review the model and model parameters for standard engineering judgment, and we'll get a report from both of those firms.
Great, thank you.
Bill.
Just to elaborate on what's already been discussed to some extent, which is the need for some specifics, which staff will compile as to the impact, the flood reduction effect or impact of these alternatives. And what I'd like to see is sort of a comparison from a baseline versus each of these alternatives versus, or in the context of different flood events, 10-year, 25-year, 100-year. And as an example of what I'm looking for, we had a discussion about our firehouse, and a study was prepared that indicated, if I recall correctly, that if we didn't have our own firehouse, in certain circumstances, the response time would be 2 minutes slower. But in that same report, we also were informed that the normal response time with the firehouse would be, and I forget what it was, 9 minutes or 8 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it was. So then we have a basis to determine how big a deal comparatively that extra 2 minutes is. One might conclude that if they could get there in 10 minutes as opposed to 8 minutes, that's still acceptable. And so that's what I'd like to know. If we have a 100-year flood, are we talking about everybody's under 10 feet of water? And the difference here is an extra half a foot or 2/10 of a foot, or what? I mean, it's all kind of relative. And I think everybody wants to see wants to see us properly address the flood risk. But
Right.
I don't feel there's enough of either there's not enough of a basis in the report to do that, or there is, and I'm not seeing it, and I need some help to understand what it is.
Oh, Councilmember Kutry, you bring up a good point, and Councilmember Breckus brought up the similar issues. Yes, let's say we see a foot reduction in flooding along Roscommon. Well, what does that mean to an actual finished floor or an actual crawl space, or a person's HVAC? Similar to other flood control projects, we just don't have that information at this time. Not to say that it's not relevant and important, but that would require a survey of over 100 properties, and then assimilate that survey information into the flood reduction maps and get an evaluation like that. I believe that needs to be done eventually, but I'm not sure that's entirely within the scope of a draft or of an EIR, although I think that point may be arguable whether it is or not, but those are great points.
One other point, just to make sure I understand this, the county's meeting that's coming up is simply informational. They're gathering information. They're not going to take any action at that meeting. The one in March.
The March 2nd meeting?
Right.
Yeah, so they're just taking public comment, oral comment and written for the draft EIR. That's part of the whole comment period. You can write a letter, you can show up at the Board of Supervisors meeting on the 2nd and tell them what you think about the adequacy of the EIR, but that's all it's for. So basically, yes, they're gathering that information for finishing off the public review period of the draft EIR.
Elizabeth Robbins.
Thank you. I have some questions also. The first one has to do with the hazards that the EIR addresses in section 3.8. And Beach alluded to this. It says removal of the fencing could expose people to a significant risk of injury or death. And right now there are chain link fences that keep people away from the rapidly flowing water, and that wouldn't be the case with the project. In the EIR, they talk about how they mitigate this, but the only mitigation is a split rail fence, and that only extends along part of the project. They also suggested signs telling people to be careful and said this town would close off the park during heavy rains. And I'm not sure that's an adequate response or that's an adequate mitigation to a very real hazard. I mean, in another sentence, they said the project could potentially expose people to increased risk and hazards and unsafe conditions from flooding in the project area. So my question is can the town do something about what seems to be not enough mitigation unless we picked a different alternative? And isn't the town liable if we make these changes, take down the chain link fences and someone falls into the water? So can we do better? Can we mitigate that better? Or is that just a risk that we would be taking on?
I can't speak to risk and liability, but so the current chain link fence, of course, keeps people from falling off a 8 to 12 foot vertical drop onto concrete. The proposal of this proposed project is gentle earth slopes down into the water, but that I believe part or most of your question is when the water floods, how do you keep people from accidentally walking into the flood waters? And I felt that it was adequately addressed that part where flood control personnel and Ross Department of Public Works and Police Department, like we do now, when there's flooding or inundation in the streets, like there was in 2017, the police and DPW are out to make sure people are not, ensure their safety during these events. And that's exactly what we will do if the similar event happens after this park is built. We watch the storms very, very closely. We, 3 days ahead, we know when an atmospheric river is coming. We're at home on a Sunday and Joe Chin calls me up and says, you need to get here because that storm's coming tonight or tomorrow. We're prepared, and it's part of our job to, we being the police and all of the staff, our emergency services personnel by definition, to make sure those type of calamities don't happen. So I'm not sure how much more you can do besides public awareness and outreach to make sure that those sort of events don't happen.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm not wild about public outreach. I mean, for
Wait,
road-
Elizabeth, Ben wants to say
Ben.
something. I'm sure it has to do with liability.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. When I read that portion of the draft EIR, there is a reference that as part of their mitigation, they have to go through our design review process and incorporate any sort of mitigation we would have. And they use that as justification of how they got to less than significant impacts. So that's one issue. The second issue is, I think what Councilmember Brecka said earlier, that we will require a robust indemnification agreement, whether it's through an encroachment agreement or whether it's through some sort of easement. They reference in this document that they need an easement. We have a process for an encroachment agreement, and our code is really clear that anyone who encroaches in our space with their improvements will require all sorts of indemnifications. So either way, I think the county should understand that's going to be our requirement moving forward with constructing improvements in our park.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess I'm still left thinking it rains a lot. I mean, there's heavy rain often and people go right down to the creek to watch it. And I don't see us closing the park a lot, but I see it as a real risk. But moving on, there's another hazard in the EIR. They mentioned the problem of pesticides and bacteria in the creek, since much of the water is from runoff. And I know when there've been creek cleanups, children and parents are told wear gloves. And so I didn't really see any mitigation for that hazard. And it brings up the question of, do we really want to have people have access to this water if the EIR mentions that there are different types of bacteria and also pesticides? So can you mitigate that, or is that just, you shouldn't be in the creek?
Yeah, that's a good question. We can look a little bit more in depth on the mitigation on that, but yes, they did identify coliforms and that sort of thing, especially in the first flush that you get, the first rainstorm of the season. Yeah, you don't want to be playing in that water. That's a great point, Elizabeth. And it's something that's very difficult to mitigate. Except stay away until later in the season, in the spring, the water's a little bit cleaner. But how is anybody really going to know how clean the water is? So those are good points.
I think it's different from up at Phoenix Lake. That's just that's runoff from the mountains, and that's Phoenix Lake. It's not storm drains overflowing with all of the contents. So
Right.
that's just a concern. I feel like that's a hazard that we would be taking on that we don't have now. Another point, one of the goals is to have a fiscally responsible project. That's a stated goal. And I think in the past, we've been told that the Allen Park element cost well over $10 million, but the fish ladder element was $1 or $2 million and providing most of the benefit. And so was this addressed in the EIR that this may not be fiscally responsible? I'm not sure if the county actually has the money. So that's the next question.
Yeah, I can't answer that. I don't see that it was specifically addressed, but EIRs aren't required to address fiscal issues or economic type issues. I think that's correct, right, Patrick or Ben?
In certain circumstances they are, but in this circumstance, likely not. However, one of their project objectives that they laid out was that it would be fiscally, I forget the term, but something they could build with existing funds. That was one of the project objectives. So they stated that as their objective. So they'll have to have a factual basis to support that.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you. And then in the section, let's see, 3.1, so the environmental setting section, where they talk about aesthetics and visual resources. And we've discussed this a little bit. The conclusion was that the project impact wasn't significant with mitigation, but I'm not sure that those mitigation plans are, they seem sort of misleading. I mean, when you, the sort of, the impression that we're left with is that it's a natural creek bed or riparian habitat. But if you look really closely at the mitigation, we've got on both sides of the creek, instead of the concrete channel, there are still 10-foot high concrete walls that go halfway through the park up until the area where there is that creek access, and then they resume again. And so I don't think that the aesthetics are improved significantly. And with creek access, I hate to say it, but I think those concrete walls, kids are going to go right up the creek and fill it with graffiti, and we may end up with way worse aesthetics than what we have now. The other thing is that the walls, so there are concrete walls on both sides of the creek, starting at the fish ladder, going about halfway down, and then they pick up again near the tennis courts. And then there's another flood wall at the very edge of the park near Poplar Avenue. And the mitigation, they show lots of trees, but the EIR also says that the Army Corps of Engineers policy is that you cannot plant trees or shrubs within 15 feet of a flood wall. So we basically have 2 rows of flood walls. And so I don't think I really understood the mitigation that they were showing us, because I don't see how you can plant that many trees. They sort of mentioned that they probably can't. They mentioned they'd plant as many as possible, plant others in the watershed, and then beyond that, donate money to some oak foundation. So I'm not sure that the environmental damage to the park is mitigated. I mean, I don't think that there's a good description of how it's really being mitigated. I'm not sure that it can be mitigated. And I think that maybe that's the point, which would be fine if the park element provided a really significant flood benefit, but it's not clear that it does. But there are 2 rows of flood walls, is that correct? And you can't plant within 15 feet of a flood wall, is that correct?
From my reading of the draft EIR, they haven't made that determination yet. They aren't sure, and that I welcome staff during public comment or flood control staff to correct me, but they don't have an answer to that yet.
They actually said they were going to try to apply for a variance, and that was one of my questions. What's the timing on the application for the variance to be able to plant trees closer to those flood walls?
I mean, I think we'd want that in writing before we, as to know what, I think we'd want to know where we stand with respect to that. I think we have to assume you're not going to get a variance if that's the Army Corps policy unless it's in writing before the project starts.
Mm-hmm.
And then I wanted to second Elizabeth Breakfast's concern about indemnifying the town. I think that's really a huge issue. We'd asked on a couple of occasions with the last project if they would do that, and we were told no. So I'm not so sure that's forthcoming, but I think that's critical for the town not to take on any risk. And then somebody had mentioned maintenance. It does seem that if we have this huge public park that people can come in and out of, spend time in, sleep in, that's going to be a lot of maintenance on the part of the town. And so that's quite a cost that the town is taking on for something that, I mean, we have lovely parks. We haven't really been wanting all these years to just have, a park there. So that's something just to consider. Now, one final thing for the hydrology. I think it's, we have these estimates, but they are just estimates, right? They're models. I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen in real life. We have estimates that we think are as good as we can make them, but there's really no guarantee that we'll have more or less. I mean, we think we have a pretty good benefit, but it might not prove as planned. I mean, for example, what if downstream doesn't work well and that detention basin in Ross becomes a huge lake that water doesn't move out of? I mean, there could be unforeseen consequences. Isn't that true? Because these are just models.
Yeah, you never know what nature's going to do in the end.
Okay. Thank you for the really helpful report that helps us to get an overview of this picture.
And my comments are along the lines of what everyone else raised. I would like more specifics about applying for the variance and the timing on that. And I think it would be very helpful if in the next staff report, we could have some sections dealing with town liability and responsibility for safety and maintenance and indemnification, all those things that are necessary to protect the town before we can take a leap of faith and go forward. The other thing that I was wondering about, in one of your slides, Rich, you showed a bunch of kind of funky looking shading apparatus. I did not get a sense from my review of the document what kind of shading was being proposed in the short term until the, if you go with the proposed project, or 2 or 3, what kind of shading would be proposed until the trees grow to a sufficient size to provide shading for pedestrians as well as fish, et cetera. So I'd like to know a little bit more about the aesthetics of the shading.
Yeah, I could jump in there, Mayor. I was actually the one that put those funky shading structures in there.
Sorry.
And those are coming from the flood district's presentation when they were talking about ways of mitigating the loss of trees.
Mhm.
And I think this is a good opportunity to kind of talk about the design review process versus the environmental review process. I believe the Mayor Pro Tem also brought up a series of several mitigations that are proposed as part of this EIR. But then we get a stab at it when it comes down and comes before us as far as environmental review. So the EIR and the Board of Supervisors will be selecting a preferred project. So that's kind of in the broad sense of what's included. But when you get down to the details of how fences look, what access to the creek looks like, the types of if they say that the mitigation is going to be creating temporary shading, how that looks. Also, even the what trees are proposed to be planted. If they show trees within 15 feet of the flood walls, and then the Army Corps says that they can't have those, then that's justification for us to say that that's not consistent with the design review that we're looking to grant. So I believe that the types of mitigation for loss of shade doesn't have to be established as part of this environmental review process, but they would present that to us as part of the design review. And then we can select whether or not we think that's an adequate mitigation at that point.
And if we say that's not adequate, then what happens?
Then we can reject the project. We can deny it on the basis of design review. And as I mentioned, we have pretty broad discretion there, including health and safety and visuals and environmental, access to the natural environment. So we're already pretty well set up to making sure that it's a project that we're all satisfied with.
Okay, great. Thank you. Should we, Ben, did you want to say something?
I was just going to echo what Patrick just said as far as the discretion component. Not only do we have design review, but they need an encroachment agreement or easement from us. So I mean, those are 2 areas that we have wide discretion to make sure we get what we feel that we need to address both the visual, but also the health and safety issues that are being raised. So I mean, I think that gets to what Rich said earlier about trying to get a meeting, a town hall meeting going, not necessarily for, directed at the comments of the EIR, but also to give feedback to the county before they go too far and certify the EIR and, bring in, vote for a project that we have concerns with. So we want to flush out those concerns before they come and make an application with us, because I think it serves everyone's purpose to do that.
Okay, thank you. Should we hear from the flood control people and then open it up to the public? Does that sound like a good process? Is there anyone from the flood control that wants to speak?
I don't see anyone's hands raised. I don't know what names I should be looking for in flood control.
Joanna Dixon is.
Oh, Joanna Dixon. Okay.
She's not raising her hand, but we can pull her on the carpet here.
Okay. Joanna, are you there?
Let's see who else.
There, I think she's coming to life.
Okay.
Okay.
Muted though.
Okay, Joanna, you're on, but you need to unmute yourself.
This is Joanna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Hi,
good.
welcome.
I was having trouble with my laptop, so I apologize for that. Richard, I just want to thank you for a nice presentation and summary of the EIR. And I'd like to add that we want to make this a equitable process for all that are reviewing the draft EIR and its contents to review the same information. So we don't want to say too much at this time that would confuse or possibly contradict whatever has been officially published as part of that environmental document. But I can say that we will respond to all the comments that we received during this open comment period as we transition the draft environmental impact report into the final environmental impact report. So that's my main thought here. But I appreciate listening to all of your comments and questions, and that certainly helps inform the flood district for how we should proceed with the direction of the project.
Joanna, do you have any information on the Corps of Engineers landscaping variance that is being pursued, or whether there's any information on the 15-foot buffer? Do you guys have heard anything or pursued any of that?
Sure, I could share that we've had some initial discussions with the Army Corps of Engineers in regard to the proximity of the trees and the flood walls. And they've been somewhat open to considering other ideas. Possibly the designs could be altered in a way that might allow trees within those structures, but the official guidance is that they can't give us any input until we submit a formal application, which has not yet happened. So we're in the process of developing the design options as well as this environmental review process through CEQA sort of simultaneously. And we expect to be in consultation with the Corps fairly soon. And so we would have some updates for the final EIR.
So that's the 403 process, is that correct?
408.
408 is one of those 400.
The modification of the existing Army Corps flood project.
Okay, and they need an actual project you're moving forward with to proceed with that?
Correct. We're basically applying to modify the existing project, which would then go under their review for approval.
Okay. Any other questions for Joanna? Okay, well, thanks for coming tonight, Joanna, and listening in and providing some comment.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. All right, public comment. And I have been reminded that I tend to let people talk too long. So please keep your comments to 3 minutes, or ideally much less than 3 minutes.
Okay, I've just brought someone in. I don't know who.
I think that's Garrel Page.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. Thank you. I will be brief. We are talking about the U.S. Corps of Engineers Section 408 congressional authorization. For anyone who was at Jared Huffman's event at the Ross School, you may remember that workshop. This business about the 15 feet and the trees, that was the most recent discussion of it. And the Corps said exactly what Joanna has said. However, the gentleman also, or was it, actually, I'm not going to say it was the man, may have been one of the women, said, yes, they can give variances, but they never have. And that always, through the history of this project, has been the Corps' stance. We will work with you. We will do this. It's great. Yeah, we'll definitely consider it. but we don't give variances. So please don't consider that the variance is a given because it isn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
All right, I'm bringing in Sophia Lucas.
Hi, yeah, I'm a part of the Bay Area ecology group at Ross School. And so basically, our proposal is, we think the original proposal with the creek provides the greatest opportunities for educating Ross School students, residents, and park visitors. And we also think that it will reduce inequalities and by allowing green and urban spaces for both seniors and children. And it allows a variety of ecosystems. And also we think that while the boardwalk would be a nice option if the original proposal doesn't work, we believe that the creek will have more access and benefits for educational opportunities. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're bringing Matthew Salter in.
Hello, thank you for taking me. I just had some general comments, which just, it seems like a lot of the proposals, it's all like this project is based on mitigating flood for the county, but the Frederick Allen Park is basically becoming the dumping ground for all this water. And I'm concerned because, there aren't that many parks in our town. And it seems like a lot of the usable space of this park will be diminished by creating a larger barrier for the creek to be enlarged, especially during flooding times. So because this is private land and, obviously they, are asking to take out a ton of our trees and take away our usable space, I just want to understand from the town's perspective, how, aside from the permitting of saying, you can't do this, this is our private land, whether we can just take a stance that we absolutely don't approve any of this. This is not in our best interest and it's our private property and you don't really have the right to take it from us. So it's not specific to this project, whether, how we do that up and down vote, and then how you're thinking of bringing this to the town, because I think the entire town needs to opine on a decision this big. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, next is Beth Foster.
Hi, Beth.
Hi, this is Beth Foster. I live at 19 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. So I am, our property is actually immediately downstream of the fish ladder. And in fact, part of our property extends out to the center line of the channel. So I don't have the history, but I believe there must have been an easement arranged years ago. So I wanted first just to say that we appreciate the flood benefit of the project, so we're not opposed to the project, but we do have some concerns just about some of the unknowns. So that the flood wall, the construction of the walls, just wanting to be more clear about the height and the appearance of those walls. We are concerned about the potential clearing of trees. So the EIR does show all of the trees behind our property and on our property, on the channel side of our property, being removed in that category of the 15-foot clearance. And so understand that we're looking at a variance for that, very hopeful about that, because that, if those trees were all removed, then we would have no more screening there. And on our side of the property, when you look at the walls of the channel, they are covered with graffiti and really pretty unattractive. So we don't want to, anyway, that's a concern. And then, so really just wanted to express a hope that I can continue to have some communication with the flood district around the specifics for our property and understand how this will benefit us and potentially our real estate value. Appreciate that the town council has been open to our concerns and advocated for us, and also that the flood district did reach out to us early on. So I'm just hopeful for ongoing communication. Appreciate tonight's discussion.
Thank you, Beth.
I don't see any other raised hands. If anyone wants to comment, now is the time to raise your hand. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Hello, I'm a student at Ross School, part of the Bay Area Ecology Group too. I was just wondering if you had any future plans to possibly extend the park to Lagunitas Road or anything along those lines.
Thank you, Bennett, for your comments.
I'm going to bring in Charlie Goodman. Go ahead, Charlie.
You're muted, Charlie.
Okay, so I would like to recommend to the council that we look at alternative 1. It meets most of the objectives and there is little difference between alternative 1 and what the county is proposing. But it certainly saves Fred Allen Park and the issues that Ben Stock mentioned. You know, we still can't get them to talk about the maintenance if Fred Allen Park is made a detention basin or the liability. So I'm hoping that the council would have a consensus tonight to at least send something to the county that's saying we're really leaning toward alternative 1, and we just want you to know that, and that we want you to address the liability and the maintenance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Anybody else, Linda?
I don't see any more hands. Anybody? Okay.
So we'll bring it back for any final discussion or input to staff. Just following up on what Charlie just raised, I am of the view that I don't have enough information to favor the proposed project or any of the alternatives at this point in time. I feel like I need a lot more information about everything. So for me, it would be premature to signal to anybody that alternative 1 was my strong preference. Does anyone else have a comment about that? Go ahead, Elizabeth Robbins.
I actually feel that I know enough from the years of this project to say that I would strongly support alternative 1 because first, it's safer. No matter how they try to mitigate people from falling into the raging waters during a rainstorm, that's going to happen when they take away all the fences. So very first thing is safety. Second, liability. Third, which is not an issue with alternative 1. Third is cost and cost benefit. It's by far the most reasonable cost. Fourth is flood benefit. It's almost exactly the same. We're very similar to the entire project without taking on any risks of the detention basin malfunctioning and being worse than what we have with the fish ladder removed. And so for those, and then the other is aesthetics. That is, and I don't mind a poor aesthetics in Allen Park if the Allen Park detention basin provided a major flood benefit, but it doesn't. And the aesthetics, I think we're really being misled about what it's going to look like. You know, again, there are 10-foot concrete walls on both sides of the creek that go halfway down from the fish ladder to halfway to the tennis courts. And then they pick up again a little bit later. And with the bike path, which looks widened, there will be very little room to plant the trees that are coming down. And with the almost certain denial of a 15-foot variance, we won't be able to plant trees on either side of the flood wall, so that we're not being left with a park. we're being left with kind of a bulldozed creek bed that may or may not function with some marginal benefits in the flood during floods during 100-year floods, but otherwise doesn't provide much benefit and provides a lot of liability and risk to the town with us having to maintain it, police it, keep it safe. And then there's the issue of the water not being clean. So I don't really want the children down there anyway with E. coli, Enterococcus, and 15 types of pesticides that they cited. So I think alternative one is excellent because it provides almost all of the benefits of the entire project with none of the risks. That's my opinion.
Does anyone else have an opinion about alternative one versus the others? Beach?
Well, I don't have an opinion at this point because I think we need some more information before I form an opinion. I do want to comment on a couple of things. This concern about children getting into the water. Pacific Ocean at Pacifica is very dangerous. People have been killed in recent weeks by being caught by waves. I don't think the Pacifica City Council is going to fence off the Pacific Ocean. Most of the Mississippi River is not fenced off. I think we should rely on the good sense of the mothers of Ross not to let their kids out when there's a big storm that's producing a big flow. And I want to correct one other thing that keeps getting said, and that is that there's a detention basin at Frederick Allen Park. There isn't. A detention basin is a place that holds water and it's dammed in until the storm is over, and then it is allowed out so that it doesn't become part of the flow during the storm. We don't have a detention basin, or nobody's proposing a detention basin. And as I understand it, we're not even going to particularly enlarge the channel at Frederick Allen Park. We're maybe going to rearrange it some, but we're not enlarging it. So we're not going to detain anything there that's going to cause the water to rise, particularly there. I'd like to hear some more before I decide what alternative I favor. Thank you.
Elizabeth Breckus, I saw your hand raised.
Thank you. And Beach, I like how we're going to rely on the mothers of Ross, and it was a vote of no confidence on the fathers there. But and I want to remind you, I was the one that suggested my son take a raft down the creek not that long ago, and learned from Chief Masterson he didn't think that was a great idea. But you know, I do want to say that I think that at this stage it's appropriate to get more information, but I do want to just ask about this variance issue. I mean, trees don't do a great job of screening walls anyway, shrubs do and hedges do. So maybe we could also find out if trees are not allowed within the 15 feet, but you know, a row of laurels are. That might make a big difference to residents who live along there and are going to be looking at these, you know, walls. So if we could just get clarification on that. Thank you.
Bill, did you want to add anything?
I would just add that I think the alternatives other than alternative one have a lot of problems. They're very problematic. Notwithstanding that, I would like some more information, particularly about the flood benefits. I want to make sure my understanding of this is correct. I do think we should place a very high priority on material flood benefits. My inclination at this point is that the flood benefits may not be material, but I'm really not confident enough to say that at this point. I do agree that if the way things are developing is in favor of one of these alternatives, let's say it is alternative one, the sooner we let the county and the flood district know, the better, so that they won't spin their wheels and they'll understand where we're coming from. I don't think we want to get too far along in the process and then say, no, this is not acceptable. It may be that we would get to a point where we think, well, maybe, but it depends on what design review says. But it may well be desirable long before then to at least send some sort of an indication to the county that this is the way we're going, or this is the way we're leaning, if we can't say this is the way we're going.
Okay. Beach.
Oh, one thing that I forgot to mention, one of these alternatives, I think it's alternative 3, mentions the possibility of using rocks rather than a concrete wall. So that might be a way to alleviate some of the problem of having lousy looking walls. Thank you.
Yeah, my view is we need more information, as I said earlier. And I guess, I think Ross needs to be a good citizen and needs to help alleviate flooding in our community as well as in other communities. It is a whole watershed system that's happening. So we need to balance the flood benefits with the aesthetics and the disruption and Frederick Allen Park and safety and everything. And I'm looking forward to receiving more information that we can continue discussing at our March 11th meeting. Anybody else? Bill, do you have something else?
I just like that. I'd like to commend the Ross school students who spoke, members of the ecology group. I think it's fantastic that they are participating. And I certainly encourage students, young people, to have their voices heard as well. We should certainly take that into consideration.
I agree. Thank you for pointing that out. All right. Moving on to item number.
Mayor?
Sorry?
Mayor, do you want to take a small break?
Do people need a break? Joe, you need a break.
No, I don't, but I just want to check. I'm just saying we're 2 hours in. At some point, you might want
I'd rather get through the next 2 things and then take a break before we consider the planning items. How about that? Okay, item number 12, Town Council approval of the updated Town of Ross Emergency Operations Plan. Chief Masterson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll make this quick. Town staff has worked over the last several months to update the emergency operations plan. This plan was last updated in 2013. As you know, an EOP is the framework document that guides the town's response to, management of, and recovery from real or potential emergencies. The updated plan includes a more robust guide to the various stages of an emergency and necessary processes during each stage. There are clarifications for hazards, outdated systems and processes, such as recognizing utility disruptions, we know as PSPS events, disaster service worker designations, EOC locations and staffing, and pointing out our agreements with the County of Office of Emergency Services. The updated plan incorporates the state and federal standardized emergency management systems. These program elements enable eligibility for state and federal disaster assistance funding. So I'm available for any questions you might have about the plan.
Thank you, Chief Masterson. Questions from council about the updated plan? Any comments from the public about the plan?
I don't see any raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, bringing it back to council for any discussion or approval. I guess we need to approve it, yes.
I move approval of the plan.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. How do you vote? Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher?
Aye.
Councilmember Cool?
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins?
Aye.
And Mayor McMillan?
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Item number 13, town manager update and council discussion on town activities in response to COVID.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Give you a brief update. Right now, Marin County and much of the state and nation, the peak of the COVID cases was January 10th. It's been coming down since then. Right now, the county is in the purple tier. The expectation is in the next 2 weeks, we should be in the go to the next tier to open things up, the red tier, if we continue on the path that's been going on. In the red tier, we'd be back to indoor dining, opening some level, like 25% indoor dining, more retail allowed and other things. Related to vaccinations, this county has been where some places they can't get the supply into the people, vaccinate people quick enough. Here we have the opposite problem. We have a robust system of getting people vaccinated, but we don't have enough vaccines to deliver. Right now, 14% of the county's population has at least one dose of vaccination, and 3% of the county population has 2 doses. And the county this coming week is opening up. Right now, who's allowed to be vaccinated are the healthcare workers and people over 75. Next week, it is going to be opening up to people over 65. The county on the website, and we put out a townwide email today, it has a interest form, and particularly people over 65 should get filling that out to get on the list to be able to get a better chance of getting vaccinated sooner. So hopefully our residents look in people that are eligible to fill out that form and get vaccinated. Obviously, the sooner we could get people vaccinated, the safer the community is. And that is my report. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions? Any public questions, comments?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. All right, great. Then let's take a 7-minute break and resume at 8:05. All right. Okay. Item number 14, 10 Fernhill Avenue, design review and nonconformity permit and town council consideration of adoption of resolution number 2194. Matthew.
Matthew, you're muted.
Thank you, Linda. I apologize. Good evening, council members, mayor and council members, Matthew Weintraub. The item before you is the Stoll residence at 10 Fernhill Avenue. The owners are Albert and Julie Stoll, and the applicant is John Clark. The subject property is a long, narrow lot on Fernhill Avenue. It meets the minimum lot size. It has a non-conforming lot width, as do many of the properties on Fernhill Avenue. And it is located within the flood zone area. The project was, I should say the property was originally developed in 1911, and it's received several variances, including 1964, a variance to rebuild a carport to replace a carriage house, and that's the origin of the existing garage that's on the property. Here we see the project site plan with the existing site plan on top and the proposed site plan on the bottom, and I'll go over the major project components. The first project component, and the front of the property is to the right of the screen where Fernhill Avenue is. So the first project component is a new pool that would be constructed within the center rear yard of the property in this location that I'm showing with my mouse and or my cursor. That pool would conform to the minimum required setbacks. The second project component would be relocating and reconstructing this existing non-conforming garage. The proposal is to move the garage 12.5 feet forward from its current location and 5 feet off of the property line where it's currently located in order to provide some area around the new pool. The reconstructed garage would also be raised in terms of the roof ridge would be raised to accommodate pool mechanical equipment on the interior of the garage, as opposed to constructing a new enclosure or a new building that would enclose that equipment. And then the third project component is really just removing these existing impervious patios and driveway and parking areas and replacing those with new permeable patios, driveways, and parking areas. Here are the building elevations with the existing garage elevations shown on the left and the proposed garage elevations shown on the right. As we can see, the garage would get longer, skinnier, and 3 feet taller at the ridge height. Again, it would be raised at the ridge to accommodate pool equipment to be located at the interior of the garage. The side setback, as noted earlier, would be increased from currently 0 to 5 feet on the side. One could note that, so the existing garage technically has room to pencil in 2 parking spaces, but in reality, in practical speaking, you could only fit 1 car in that current garage. So although technically the number of covered parking spaces may be reduced, in practicality, it would be the same. In either case, the property would meet the minimum required covered parking spaces, which is 1. The landscape plan involves a new row of tall landscape plantings that would be planted along this east property line in the space created by moving the garage off of the property line. Those plantings would screen the property and the new development from the neighbor to the east. And also, as noted, in the rear yard would contain a new pool and a permeable patio. And at the front of the property, the existing impervious surfaces would be replaced with new permeable driveway, parking area, and patios. Here are examples of the colors, materials, and details. They are all natural and earth-toned in nature. I won't spend too much time on that since a picture is worth 1,000 words. The Advisory Design Review Group did review the project on December 15th of last year. They did approve the project with some recommendations that the height of the new landscape screening along the east side yard be increased to at least 12 to 14 feet. The applicant has done that. These plantings, and that's the green area I've outlined here. So the plantings in that green zone have been upsized to 12 to 14 feet, consistent with the ADR group recommendation. The ADR group also recommended that the garage be pushed back on the lot as far as possible while still accommodating the new pool. The orange outline here is actually the location of the garage as it was reviewed by the ADR group and as it was approved by the ADR group. However, the applicant has chosen to push that garage back another 18 feet from where it was proposed at the ADR group, and that's what's currently shown here is the currently proposed location. So in terms of public comments, there have been a number of public comments. Quite a number of neighbors have commented expressing support based on the project merits. There's also been comments received with concerns and objections. One would note that these are the neighbors, at least 2 of these neighbors are directly adjacent to the property, and the 3rd is very close. And they've provided comments expressing concerns and objections about potential impacts on privacy, light, and air, primarily for the neighbor at 8 Fernhill, and also potential impacts on the flood control in the area. So some key issues that staff recommends that the council consider. First is privacy and screening. As recommended by the ADR group, the project does contain appropriate and sufficient screening, including the new 12 to 14 inch tall landscape screening that would be inserted in the new 5-foot setback that would be created by moving the garage off of the property line. And also there is a standard condition of approval that allows for additional landscape screening to be added within 3 years if it's shown to be needed. Another key issue is the riparian zone. There is a creek that runs along the back of the property. This project would involves no buildings located within 50 feet of the creek bank, and it involves no new development located within 25 feet of the creek bank. That's consistent with the design guidelines. Another issue is stormwater management. The project would reduce the overall impervious surface coverage on the property from 26.4 to 20.8%. That would be a reduction of 715 square feet of impervious surface on the property. The project minimizes the new coverage by using the existing accessory structure to house the new pool equipment rather than creating a new impervious structure that would house that equipment. And also the post-development stormwater runoff rates would be no greater and would in fact be less than the pre-project rates because there's a reduction in impervious surfaces and no additional controls or mitigations are needed for this project. And another key issue to consider, which is actually not part of this project, but has come up in discussion, is whether or not an ADU can or should be constructed on the lot. Again, no ADU is proposed by this project. I can provide some information that state law mandates that homeowners may submit a ministerial ADU permit application separately from the current project. That's a state requirement. The town cannot change that and cannot require the applicant to submit an ADU permit at this time, even if they were to submit one in the future. I can also state that the town will not approve a ministerial ADU permit application that could result in an environmental impact. So any ministerial ADU permit that is submitted would be reviewed for potential environmental impact, such as an impact on the riparian zone or in relation to flood control. And the town would absolutely not approve a ministerial ADU permit that does involve an environmental impact. So the permits required for the project are design review to relocate an existing building, to increase an existing roof height, and for an activity or project resulting in more than 50 cubic yards of grading or filling. And a nonconformity permit is required to extend, reconstruct, and structurally alter the existing 391 square foot garage accessory structure, which is non-conforming with respect to the minimum east yard setback and floor area. I would note that a variance would only be required in this situation if the project were increasing non-conforming floor area or exacerbating one of the existing conditions, such as the setback. As noted, it would actually be increasing the non-conforming setback or increasing the setback from 0 to 5 feet. So in summary, staff recommends adoption of resolution number 2194, conditionally approving design review and nonconformity permit to relocate, reconstruct, and alter an existing garage accessory structure in the east side yard, construct a new pool in the open backyard, and construct new permeable paving and landscaping at the existing single-family residence at 10 Fernhill Avenue. That concludes my presentation. I believe the architect, John Clark, would also like to present to the council, and I'm available to answer questions. Thank you. I will now end my screen share.
Thank you, Matthew. Questions from council to staff? Beach.
Matthew, I thought I saw on one of your slides that the ADR approved a plan that had a particular location for the new garage, but that the plans which are submitted and seeking approval slightly change the location of that new garage. Is that right?
That is correct. And I'll share that slide with you here. So the ADR group reviewed the garage location in the orange outline area. So the original proposal was to reconstruct and relocate this garage approximately 30 feet forward from its current position. The ADR group, again, actually recommended approval of the garage in that location, but also asked the applicant to move the garage back if possible. The applicant has done that by moving the garage back from where it was presented at the ADR, which is the orange outline, 18 feet back, further back to where it is shown now in this dark, the dark black outline. So by doing that, it overlaps with the residents at 8 Fernhill to a lesser degree. And I will show that here, apologize for that. So again, this is the current proposed location of the garage. And here is the existing neighbor. And you can see that there's a window here, window here, window here. So the previous proposal that involved the garage approximately in this location would have been far more visible to the neighbors at 8 Fernhill than the proposal in its current location.
So moving the garage to where the applicants are now requesting makes it less visible from 8 Fernhill, is that right?
That is correct.
As you know, the folks at 8 Fernhill still don't like the location of the garage because they say it's right in front of a window by a table that they use all day. Is there any reason why the garage couldn't be moved further forward or backward so that it would not be in front of that window at 8 Fernhill?
I think that would be a great question for the architect.
Okay, well, he's heard me. Thank you.
I actually have the same question. I mean, in thinking about when there's something non-conforming and you change something that's non-conforming, I always feel that it's not desirable to increase a detrimental effect of the non-conformity, and moving the garage forward, it seems like it's less, I mean, it aggravates the non-conformity. I wonder, my question to the architect would be, can this project, can't the pool still be built if the garage is kept, if the front of the garage is kept at the same level as it exists right now? To not move farther, not move closer to the front of the property, not move closer south, just the front of the garage stays exactly at the same line. So that would be my question.
Matthew, can you close your screen so I can let the architect in? Thank you.
Just before we do that, does anyone else have any council members have any questions for Matthew? Elizabeth?
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, at the ADR, were the Russells asking for the garage to be relocated or remain where it was, or were they asking for it to be moved? I just want to understand what at ADR were the Russells asking, so I can understand how that came to be approved in its location and then how it came to be moved back.
Sure. So I don't recall the Russells stating a preference for a specific location. I do know that they expressed concerns about the proposed project, about relocating it to the proposed location. And I do know that the ADR group did discuss potential impacts on light, air, ventilation, and privacy quite a bit. And in fact, they looked at some exhibits that the architect was able to present, and he may be able to present those this evening as well. And so they considered a lot of information, and ultimately concluded that there could be sufficient mitigation in terms of landscape screening provided to mitigate for the impact of moving the structure. I think it's important to note that the ADR group did think that screening was necessary because of the movement or the relocation of the garage. So there clearly was some type of impact of moving the garage. And so that's where there was a lot of discussion about the landscape screening height and also suggestions and requests to again, move the garage back as far as possible while still meeting the project objectives. And I do believe the architect may be able to provide more information sort of on that particular aspect.
Okay. I know we're not supposed to ask about an ADU, but in the arborist plans, there is an ADU mapped out, which strikes me as a great place for pool equipment. So I'm just wondering, process-wise, you know, our hands are tied. We can't address that at all.
Well, you can certainly ask about an ADU. I can provide information about ADU process. As far as pool equipment, an ADU permit would not automatically allow for pool equipment to be housed in that structure. Pool equipment is not part of an ADU per se. So that would actually require a separate permit, which would be subject to the standard, you know, design review type of permit. There is a permit called a minor exception permit that allows for mechanical equipment enclosures to be located in setbacks where neighbors approve of that encroachment. But the applicant has chosen not to pursue that for a number of reasons. One is they don't want the additional coverage on their property. They don't want an additional structure in their backyard. And they don't want to put anything, from my understanding, I don't think they want to put anything, you know, additional in that rear yard area at the moment. So I think, you know, in terms of pool equipment and an ADU, they would have to be looked at somewhat separately. I mean, there could be a project that proposes both of those together, but the ADU would not automatically allow for that pool equipment.
And then another question regarding I know the height of the garage needs to increase to accommodate the pool equipment. Can the height of the garage increase less and still accommodate the pool equipment?
My understanding from the architect is that they are proposing to raise the garage the minimum amount required to allow for the pool equipment to go in and still meet FEMA regulations as far as being above the base flood elevation. So from what I understand from the architect, they're proposing the minimum amount at the moment.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Matthew before we let the architect speak and the applicant? Okay. Linda, could you let the architect in, please?
Yes, I'm bringing him in now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, John.
All right, I think I'm live. Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking time to review the project and for making the site visits out this past week to go over the details of the project. I will get to the questions that you posed. I would just like to take one step backwards and sort of walk you through the site development so you can understand how we ended up where we have with the site plan. Matthew's done a great job of highlighting the revisions that have been made since the ADR submittal, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the work that's gone into this project before we jump into answering the questions, if that's okay with everybody. I'm going to try and share my screen now, and hopefully this works. Okay. All right. This is the existing site plan, the survey. We can see that as Matthew pointed out, the garage is right here.
We can't see anything yet. Oh, there you go.
Can you see this now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right, so the existing garage is located in this spot. This is an existing mature palm tree that's on the site. Fern Hill is on this side over here. One of the elements that the Stolls would really like to retain is this palm tree on the lot. And together with the garage and the palm tree, it sort of bifurcates this lot into an area that's closer to the house and an area that's in the back of the property. And the adjacency of these two buildings creates a little bit of a bottleneck for accessing the entire yard. So the original thought was that this building was going to be pushed forward and release that bottleneck and have the garage associated with the yard and free it and open it up for the pool in the back. We had the building previously located where it was shown, and now it's back in its current location, which is here. This little dash line right here that I'm showing represents the back of the existing garage. So it's still forward and still eliminates some of that bottleneck there. This area of the lot has really become kind of a knuckle, let's say we call it, where we have an existing pizza kitchen, the existing palm tree, a new pervious patio that will replace the patio they currently have with outdoor dining there. The proposed garage in this location and the swimming pool are all in this tight little spot. The building itself is, as Matthew pointed out, it's more narrow than the existing garage. It's longer than the existing garage, and it's taller than the existing garage. We have maintained the western edge of this building as it's proposed to the existing one. So it's come 5 feet off of the property line, reducing the nonconformity that exists right now with the garage, and kept this side here. So it's gone from 18.5 feet to 13.5 feet wide. The height of the garage is at 14 feet. We've consulted with 2 pool contractors to make sure that that's the minimum height requirement to be able to do 2 things: remove the cover from the pool filter and have the adequate head height at the disconnect for the electrical service inside of there. So that is the minimum height. With the gable construction of the garage, we're locating both of those elements along the center of the building so that we're maximizing the height as opposed to having a different roof structure. The gable also ties into the existing house. The existing garage is this building, shingled, but very little resemblance to the existing house. The proposed garage is this building, which is shingled like the house, has a more significant roof slope like the house, and allows us to get access to pool equipment platform inside of there. The base flood elevation for this site is roughly 6 feet, or the elevation for this required platform. And so that this longer building accommodates the 9x18 parking space that's now required for Ross and still gives us an adequate platform that's not overlapping with the required parking space in that building. Matthew alluded to this, but the consolidation of that pool equipment into this building allows us to not have to increase impervious surface, increase floor area, increase lot coverage, and essentially most likely end up with a variance request for putting a building within a side yard setback, because this property, as its long and narrow configuration, this dash line here and this dash line here represent the buildable area down the 50-foot lot. It's 20 feet wide. If the pool equipment were not in this building, it would be a 14-foot tall structure elsewhere on the property that would increase all those elements I talked about before and would not be a benefit to the neighborhood, especially in a flood area with respect to impervious surface. The consolidation of the pool equipment into this building also allows us to have a more robust closure on the building with respect to the noise of the pool equipment. A standard pool equipment shed will have a door to the exterior that gives you access to the entire building. We've built pool sheds like that in other local areas. And with the construction that we propose for the wall section with a solid vinyl mat, an echo mat, and regular plywood shingle insulated construction, the noise is virtually undetectable from the outside. In this situation, we will have a set of doors to enter the building, and then another set of a door to get into the pool equipment loft within the building. So it's going to have a double seal with respect to the pool equipment. The offer has been put out on numerous occasions to go tour and go look at some pool equipment that's been completed. And the offer still stands to go look at that. Because we know that it's going to be quiet. It's located in the northern half of the building, which is past the existing residence. This is the corner, and this is the location of the pool equipment where it would be proposed within the building. The revisions that have happened since ADR, as Matthew had in his slide, show that the original building proposal was up here. And it was 18 feet from the face of the existing, or it was 18 feet from the face of the proposed garage now. We're also moving the building 5 feet from the property line. That's an increase of over 50% from the existing garage location with respect to the adjacent neighbor. It's roughly 9 feet right now from the house to the adjacent neighbor to the property line, and we're moving it 5 feet further from that. So I'd like to share with you a sightline study here that we did. It's a very simple diagram. The elevations we got were shot from the land surveyor. And so we know the floor elevation, we know the sill elevation, we know the head elevation. With respect to ceiling and roof slope, those are diagrammatic because we don't have that information collected. But what this diagram shows is that with a building that's 5 feet from the property line, 13'6" wide and 14 feet tall, with screening that's also 14 feet tall, from the eye line of someone in the adjacent house, you won't be able to see the existing structure. Similarly, so that's a diagram that shows that access to light and air are not compromised by the proposed building 5 feet from the property line, 14 feet tall. Even if it does overlap in the site plan with the existing structure and covers one window. Access to light and ventilation is not compromised. From a shadow perspective, this is the existing adjacent neighbor. This is the proposed location of the garage, and there's a swimming pool just for context. The nature of these shadow studies are we take them at both the equinoxes and both the solstices of the year at 4 times during the day. So this is March 21st, 9 a.m. Shadows are casting across to the western part of the property from the east. 12, 3, 6. You can see a small portion of the building is projecting a shadow below the windows, which are represented on that building on the adjacent property. It should just be noted that this is a structure study only. We don't have any trees in here for screening. So you can imagine that this is a 6-foot high fence that's here right now. If there's 14-foot high planting, those are not they're gonna create a bigger buffer between the buildings, but this is just to discuss the impact of the building only. This is June 21st. Sun's a little bit higher. Shadows don't project as far. So 9, 12, 3 p.m., 6 p.m. September, sun's getting a little bit lower, similar to March. Projections a little bit further on the property, angling back towards the north as the sun's lower. And here we see a slight shadow showing up on the base of the building. These windowsills are roughly 9'5" above grade, and this shadow is roughly 3.5 feet above grade. And then we move to December. December, the shadows are much longer, here and here, and by the time it's 6 o'clock, everything's dark. I think it's worth noting, and I'm sure this will come up, This is a view from the adjacent neighbor's window at the kitchen area. These are the existing screening that's in place. And this is the ridge of the building and the eave of the building here. The screening is going to be 14 feet tall. With the benefit of perspective,
Hey, John, I'm not sure you're on the right slide. We're still on the December 21st light slide.
that's not helpful. Well, let's go back to the drawings then. Were you guys able to see the shadow study?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So what I was going to show were, and I'm sure we're going to see them later. So are photographs from inside of the adjacent property, looking at the building. And I would just want to point out that in that we're going to, the ridge is 14 feet tall, the planting is 14 feet tall. So going back to this, we can currently see this ridge from this window. When the planting goes in, we won't see the ridge at all. The building will be screened by all the planting. In addition, I just want to point out some other elements here. Staff, and Matthew alluded to this, the staff report indicates a reduction in post-development runoff rates. We had a civil engineer do a peer review of our plan, and he agrees with that opinion that there's a net reduction in the post-development runoff on the site, and that a hydrological study would show exactly that there's no increase in runoff. In addition, the element that I think is also important to talk about with this building is that this profile of the building, with the reduction in the north wall of the building, in a 100-year flood event, the water is going to come from the north and travel south. This building is more slender with respect to that, in terms of being an obstacle with respect to floodwater. If anyone's ever gone wading while fishing, they completely realize it's much easier to stand sideways in the river than it is standing facing the flow. And that's exactly what this building will represent, standing sideways in the flow. I think it's also worth pointing out that the pervious pavers that are proposed here are pavers that the town has approved on Lagunitas in the past as being an accepted permeable paver and satisfying the requirements of that. So overall, I think the project is an improvement on the existing stormwater management. Looking at some of these proposed revisions, if we want to discuss that now, the goals of looking at the revision. So as you can see, there's been an awful lot of thought that's gone into the development of this property. There's also been an awful lot of conversation and dialogue with the adjacent neighbors going back to August. As we prepared our site plan and talked to them about it, we had a Zoom meeting where we met between the houses on Zoom, then met over here to review things, and then went to their side of the fence and looked at it from there. From that point, there's been a continuous dialogue. A lot of it's been copied or sent to the planning staff, and we've been in contact with the planning staff since that point, reviewing potential developments in the design. Moving the building back to where it is right now, the building's 28 feet 10, moving it back 18 feet is moving it more than half the distance of where the building was before. It currently is located in a spot that works very well with elements that are going to remain on the site. We have been completely sympathetic or open to listening to the neighbors with respect to where they would like the building. The Stolls would like to have this central area in the back, which is framed by the palm tree, the pizza oven, and the garage. It creates an outdoor spot for them. As we saw in this sightline study, this building is going to act like a structured buffer in lots of respects with that activity as it pertains to the perception on the neighbor's property. So there's an awful lot of thought that's gone into it. The goals of any redesign would be no intensification of a nonconformity, no perpetuation of an obstacle with respect to water flow during a flood event, no variance requests, and preserving the right to consider an ADU at a future date. What we have is from the south face of the existing garage to the south face of the creek, which is this diagonal line right here, we have 87 feet of space. This is a very long linear lot. And if we look at adjacent lots and ones that are in the neighborhood, most of the development is in the center of these lots with respect to development for pools. If we take the garage, which is 29 feet, and move it back to the face of the existing garage, which is right here. The existing garage is 20 feet. We move that back. There's separation between the existing pool and the proposed pool and the proposed garage, and we keep the pool the same size. We end up within 10 feet of the creek at the back of the property. There are other options that we considered. Keeping the existing garage where it is. That does not reduce the obstacle that's created or exists during a flood event. Seems like a good opportunity, especially in a FEMA zone where there's been a bunch of concern for flood mitigation. We should look at making a building that's going to reduce flood obstacle. We don't want to intensify a nonconformity. Making the existing building taller to accommodate the pool equipment intensifies that nonconformity. It also perpetuates the obstacle of for a flood. And in all honesty, the requirement for a 9x18 parking space and a pad for the pool equipment couldn't be accommodated in a square profile without raising it significantly higher on one of the eaves, which would be a further intensification of a nonconformity. So if we take this building and we push it back to the face of the existing garage, which has been the request, which is about 2 feet of overlap for the house, and keep all this relationship the same because we still have to get past the pool. In considering that option, we have effectively eliminated any opportunity for a potential ADU at the back of the property. And that the consideration for an ADU would also be a substantial property right for people in Ross to be able to consider developing an ADU on their property. So if we consider the option that's of moving the garage back in its current configuration, we're eliminating that option. And that seems like a missed opportunity for the town. It seems like something that is not consistent with the general plan. And it also seems like it could be a devaluation for the property. We feel that the proposed plan right now allows for the property owners, Al and Julie, to consider an ADU at a future date, but it doesn't mean that one is for sure going in. The pool equipment is located in the garage because we can't link it to a future project that might not be implemented. It needs to be part of this current project, current application in front of town council. There are lots of reasons why the ADU might not be built. It might be built, but it might not be built. And so we're streamlining this application for the elements that need to be reviewed in front of town council. And so we have considered many options, and I think that all of them either result in an intensification of a nonconformity, perpetuation of an obstacle for flood, or eliminate the opportunity to consider an ADU. I know that Shelby wants to present some things about screening and specific questions about redwoods that have come up. If it's okay with town council, Shelby can bring that up now, and then we can address more questions later if that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's fine. I just say maybe be concise with the comments because I think we let you talk for a long time.
It's a much shorter conversation, believe me.
Good to hear.
So I'm going to stop sharing. Shelby?
Looking for?
Someone named Shelby.
Landscape architect.
Shelby, here we are.
You're still muted.
Almost got it. I'm the landscape architect for the project. As you have heard from John, there has been a lot of consideration of many elements of this project to allow the Stolls the use of their property to the fullest, and to avoid variances and asking for things outside of entitlement, but and working within a very constrained buildable area of a narrow lot. So I'm going to quickly walk you through some of the improvements that we've done within the landscape, specifically the employment of pervious paving. I'm going to try to do a screen share here to show you the landscape plan. I'll start at Fernhill, where we're proposing to do a horseshoe-shaped driveway to allow the Stolls to pull into the driveway cleanly and easily, and then also to come around and exit the property face forward. Right now, the only way out off the property is to back onto Fernhill, and it's on a little curve, so it's a little bit of a dangerous operation. So we're trying to reduce that problem and also allow for them to have kind of a street frontage, allowing parking in front of the house and a nice entry. The pavers that we're proposing are a porous paver that is set on a permeable base rock. So the water that hits it goes straight down into the ground without running off. And that is to replace asphalt that's there now and some mortared bluestone. The driveway will be gravel, stabilized gravel, so it doesn't move around a lot. It's called core gravel. It's a PVC mesh that holds the gravel in place, and it's a loose material, again, very porous. And then at the back of the existing residence, right now there's a mortared bluestone patio that we're proposing to remove. And slide the patio back in relation to the pizza oven and the other end of the lawn, using those porous pavers as well. So we've effectively eliminated as much impervious surface as we can, as actually exists on this property, short of losing buildings, by using these materials. On the east side of the property, there is a very tight row of redwood trees that were planted. I'm not sure when they were planted, but they were planted as a hedge, which as a landscape architect seems to me the height of irresponsibility. That's not an appropriate hedge material. And redwoods get really big, and that's a problem. Actually, one of the first conversations we had with the Russells was a concern for the uplift on their foundation because the redwoods were so close to their house. So the proposal is to remove them. We have an arborist report from Kent Julin, PhD forester, and used to work for the California Fire. Can't remember the name of the actual organization out in Woodacre. And now he's an independent arborist, and he came on site and just said, well, that's a fire hazard. And having redwoods that close to buildings and between buildings and that close together poses a hazard. So we proposed to remove that, and originally we, from the beginning, have proposed replacing plants along that edge with robust screening. I think the Stolls are as interested in screening as the neighbors are, and that's something that we're working really hard to accomplish for both parties. In Dr. Julian's report, there's also a redwood at the back of the property that is really tall, but was either snapped off in a storm or topped a long time ago. And so about 30 feet up on the trunk, there's a break, and there are multiple trunks growing from that point up. And that's about 2/3 of the way up the tree. So it's a dangerous connection at that top of that tree, which he has described as a hazard. That tree is a hazard tree and is in danger of having one or more of those upper trunks snap off. So I mean, I never want to take redwoods out. I never want to take mature trees out, but we have really, really considered the health of the trees on this property and maintained and are protecting several mature trees. The beautiful Japanese maples in the front yard are being protected. We're losing one for the driveway, and really working hard to maintain kind of the wooded character of this lot as it is. And I think the use of stepping stones through grass and stepping stones through gravel really helps us maintain kind of that casual rustic feel and that really nice wooded feeling that the property has right now. So that kind of wraps up what I wanted to add about the landscape. John, if there's anything else you wanted to add to that, let me know, but I think that's all I have to show you.
Yeah, the only thing that I wanted to add was that we think that we understand the concerns with the proposed project. We think the project as it's proposed has merits for how it addresses general plan, nonconformities, development within a buildable area of the site. ADR recommended approval to go to town council with the building located in what would be arguably a less desirable location. We've now moved it. Staff report recommends approval for the project, and we just hope that town council follows the merits of the project and listens to the recommendations from ADR and staff in their decision. And we really thank you for your time and consideration. That's all.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Does any council member have any questions for John or Shelby? Elizabeth Breckus.
I have two questions. One is the plantings between the garage and the Russells. How confident are you that those are going to be able to get to 14 feet and stay at that? Was it 14 or 15? I can't recall now.
Between 12 and 14.
Okay, and stay at that height. I mean, is there enough sunlight? Are the conditions good? Can that really be maintained?
I've actually already started looking for those plants because we're proposing to bring them in at that height. So yes, I have confidence that they're going to be healthy and tall when we receive them. And I mean, it's bottomland there. That's beautiful soil in that area. So I have no question in my mind about how those plants are going to do.
Second question was, I don't know if you saw there's some objections from neighbors in the back on Bolinas, and they were saying, hey, could there be some more additional plantings there? And I just wanted to understand what could be done and what you're proposing there.
Sure. So right now at the back of the property, there are several mature trees. There's a stand of bamboo, which, I agree is not an optimum plant, but there's pretty robust screening in that area right now. And rather than remove existing mature vegetation that's providing sufficient screening for an on-grade pool, we've decided to leave those mature plants right now. If there's another proposal in the future that requires a different screening strategy, we're absolutely open to it. And we've communicated with that neighbor in the back and offered to discuss it further. But for this project, for this proposal, I feel like the mature plants that are there are actually doing a really good job.
Anybody else? Beach?
Thank you. John, I'm not sure that I followed all of your presentation because on my little screen, I couldn't see where your pointer was on the plan that you had. But I've got a basic question. Could you put that plan up again?
Yep. The site plan, Beach?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Not yet.
There it is.
Okay. Looking at that plan, could you move the garage back far enough that it would not impact the view of the neighbors back towards the back of the lot?
I'm not going to answer. I feel strange answering a question with a question, but how far is that? You know, because we can look from this window. Can people see my cursor?
Yes.
From this window, I can look north and see the palm tree. So like that building to not be in the view from that window, I don't know how far I would have to go back. I mean,
well, but
it's
it
a
could
little
be
bit
moved back.
challenging to figure out where. I'm sorry, Beach.
It could be moved back a significant distance.
Can I jump in there for a second? Moving that building back.
Not without, if the garage were to move back a significant distance to the north, the pool would need to move back as well. And we have this constraint on the north end of the property of the creek. So we looked at taking this building and moving it as proposed in the most recent email. And it puts the pool in the 40-foot setback and in the 25-foot buffer area if we keep the desired separation between the two. So it's challenging to move this building back without having some significant impacts in this area that the Stoles would like to reserve the right for, you know, considering an ADU at a future date. And I think that, you know, the site plan, and I've had this conversation with Matthew, the site plan is deceiving with respect to this idea of overlapping the buildings.
Right.
It's 50% further away from the building than the current garage is. And based on these diagrams, which are sightline diagrams, the building is not going to be perceptible from the window. There's going to be screening there, which is more effective than a tree at screening. Right now, you look out and you see the trunks of the redwoods going up, and there's not much coverage between the trunks. This is going to be a continuous hedge of 12 to 14 feet at day one of planting that's going to screen from, you know, a couple feet up all the way up to 14 feet. So I think the perception that this building is, it's a improvement of 5 feet off the property line. We've moved it back 18 feet from where it was before, which is more than half the distance of the building. It's challenging Beach to move it back, and we looked at doing that, and it just pushes this pool too far back to be able to do anything back here. If the Stoles had a lot, like one that might be further to the west, or one that might be like the one adjacent to the east, where they have the use of their property all the way back to the property line, then that wouldn't be an issue. That they lose the use of the last 10% of their lot because of this creek. And because of that, when we stack all these things up, 85 feet of space from the back of the face of the existing garage to the creek, when we stack those elements up, we run out of space at the back of the yard to be able to reserve the right to consider an ADU, which would be considered a substantial property right. So it's challenging to move it back any further.
Okay, guess what? My next question is there any reason you couldn't move it forward?
We did that.
It's interesting you asked that question, Beach, because in the ADR meeting, when I was reviewing the notes from the ADR meeting that are in the staff report, there were two things they wanted us to look at: increasing planting size, which was done. We actually added an additional plant at the end here to try and complement the screen that's going on here. And Joey Buckingham said, can you move the building further to the south, toward the street? And we looked at that, and if the goal of moving the building forward toward the street is to uncover this window and uncover this window, these are, I think, bathroom windows that are smaller with higher sills and maybe not the view windows. To actually functionally drive past the house and make this turn so we can provide screening along the property line, which is desirable from both sides of the fence, we could move the garage forward about 2 feet from its previous location as reviewed at ADR. Building was in that location. If we moved it forward much time for me to get a new computer. If we move this building, can everyone see this plan?
Yes.
Okay, if we move the building forward much more than 2 feet, this becomes a very difficult pass to get a car and make that radius turn into the doors of the garage. So we initially looked at moving it to the south, and we thought the more impactful relocation of the garage was to move it not 2 feet to the south, but move it 18 feet in front of the building, currently almost overlap with that small window that's here.
Well, are you saying that you'd have to change the path
And the
of
proposed
the,
plan. Sorry, my computer's melting down here. Perfect timing.
are you saying that you'd have to change the path of the driveway if you moved the
We
building
moved it 18
forward?
feet to the north, which uncovered.
John, I think you're frozen. So I'm going to jump in there. So in answer to your question, Beach, the turning radius for cars to get into a narrow space like that, the narrow space from the driveway to the narrow space of the garage while maintaining enough distance from the property line to reduce the nonconformity by taking the building off the property line and achieving the screening is a tight turn. And so we would pull it 2 feet. We could pull it 2 feet forward from the approved location from ADR, but it doesn't really accomplish the movement away from the Russell's windows that are at question. So we took advantage of the fact that we could redesign that central area and push the building back 18 feet instead of forward 2. Honestly, we've pushed this garage inches in all directions and have worked really hard in trying to understand sight lines. Pulling it away from the Russell's house further increases the angle that allows light and air into their house. This garage does not impede that at all. And with the screening in place, I think if you were at the Russells and standing on their deck, you can see how dense the hedge material is further back in the property. And we're basically continuing that very dense hedge material forward and covering up this garage the way the existing garage is covered now. And so I don't think, I mean, the only difference is these plants would be on the Stoll's property instead of on the Russell's property, but I really truly believe that the screening is going to work, and this location of the garage accomplishes privacy for the Russells and allows the Stoll's full use of their property.
Julie, I have a question. Was it ever considered to just leave the facade of the garage where it is? And if that seems to crowd the pool, move the pool sideways 2 or 3 feet?
The buildable area of this lot does not really allow us to do that without significant variance ask. And
You just ask for a variance for the pool if you did that.
yes, correct. Mhm.
You know, I'm comfortable continuing this conversation because the architect is no longer on the call, I don't think.
Right. I just got a text from him. His computer's completely frozen. And he's really frustrated because he's worked really hard on this.
We could move to the next project and then come back if he gets it fixed. Well, I don't know. What do you think, Julie?
Are there any other questions that I can answer?
Well, I have a question, but it's really more for the architect. I mean, could you just keep the front of the garage at the existing height and have the back of the garage for the pool equipment be higher? I know aesthetically that might not be perfect, but it might better accommodate the neighbors.
A split ridge situation like that would give us the height for the pool equipment, but we need the height to get into that loft from the parking space in order to access the loft. So we would still need the height to some extent to actually get into the loft to service the pool equipment. So, and I mean, aesthetically, that's just not really in keeping with the architecture of the house that's there now. And
Yeah, I had asked the architect that very question, and he said yes, but he didn't like the aesthetics of it, having it one level in the front but higher in the back, but it was doable.
I don't know that it accomplishes what we're after. So I think that it's probably functionally doable if we create kind of a raised height area where somebody could climb up into that loft in a narrow space. But overall, I'm not sure that it accomplishes what we're after. I mean, when you stand in a window and you look out, you don't just look out straight ahead. You look out to the left and to the right. And so you're still going to see that. And if anything, that creates a face at the top of that ridge that is a whole different kettle of fish. So I'm not sure it accomplishes what we're after.
Do you think the architect could call in and so that he could participate in the discussion? I kind of hate to continue to the other project and then come back to this project, given that we've already spent more than an hour on this project.
I'm just texting him to see if I can get him to do that.
Thank you. Elizabeth Breckus.
Well, while we're waiting to see if we can get the architect back, I just wanted to ask, when you talk about this raised height, are you talking about keeping it on the property line?
No, we're pulling it 5 feet away from the property line. So we're reducing the nonconformity in that.
Right. No, I know you are. I was just trying to figure out, some council members were asking this question, and I was trying to understand what they were proposing, because were they proposing, hey, can you keep it where it is now, but lower the height where in its exact location? Or are you trying to say, hey, can we keep it in its current location and then have some split level? That's what I want.
I was thinking put it where the new location, but have the area that is adjacent to the Russells be at the existing height level. And then as it gets closer to the pool, have it be higher to accommodate the pool equipment. That's what I was thinking.
And what would you see when you look at it? You'd see a gable, right? And then this raised area, would you just see like a bare? I mean, that's kind of weird. Like I've seen it where you have like cute little windows or something. I mean, at that point.
There's John.
Yep, John's back.
Sorry.
Okay, you're fine.
John, what we were talking about was I and Elizabeth Robbins just raised a question about whether you could keep the front part of the garage at a lower level in height, kind of like the existing height of the garage, and then have the back part of the garage closer to the pool, higher to accommodate the pool equipment.
So we had looked at doing that as well. And what we don't have is, I'm gonna try and share my screen again here, if that's okay. Hopefully I don't melt down. Let me just say this. The building itself has a uniform ridge right now. The existing building does, and the proposed building has a uniform ridge. When we offset those ridges, accessing from the lower ridge up to the taller ridge, that vertical dimension becomes challenging without making the building even longer. Imagine climbing up a ladder and hitting your head on the lower roof as you try and go into the taller roof. And also at the end of the day, the design of a building that has that stepped ridge will look like a half designed building. You've seen additions everywhere where there's a second story addition over a garage and it looks like a top hat. And you drive by and you say, why did anyone ever spend any money on that design? It just would not look like a finished building. It would not be a complement to the existing house. It would be an odd looking, it would look like two buildings that jammed together, like someone bought an 8-foot tall, an 11-foot tall tough shed and put a 14-foot tall tough shed right next to it. It would, so we considered it because we know that that was something that was brought up in the site visits, and we looked at it and it just, it's functionally, it's challenging to go from the lower height to the higher height. And we think that that double seal that I was talking about through the door to the building and into the door to the mechanical is a much better way, much more enhanced, robust way to handle the acoustics for the pool equipment than to have a door directly to the outside. So we need to have that uniform ridge. And because of the pool equipment requirement for removing the cover and access to the disconnect, it's up at 14 feet. So I'd like to say that we can do that, but functionally it's challenging, and design-wise, it would not look like something that anyone would want to see on a regular basis in their backyard.
Okay, any other questions for Shelby or John before we open it up to the public?
Yes. Question, Julie.
Bill, yeah.
The moving of the garage structure in 5 feet, I understand the purpose of that, primary purpose of that is to reduce the problem of the nonconformity. But is it a possibility not to do that? In other words, to keep the building where it is now, right on the property line, with a view towards trying to open up that pool area more. What I'm thinking of is sort of a combination of maybe moving the pool 3 feet or something like that, then taking that longer narrow building but pushing it back so it's not in the view of that window. I mean, I understand you're proposing to plant a buffer and so forth, but there's already a buffer there that the Russells planted. Is that a possibility? Well, it's a possibility, but I mean, what is your view of it?
So I had difficulty hearing all of that, Bill, but it sounds like you were proposing keeping the existing garage on the property line and at the height that it currently is, without screening on the Stoll's property, but having it be in the footprint of the existing garage? Is that what you were proposing?
Well, I mean, I guess there's a couple of possibilities. The existing garage, modify that, increase the height, whatever you have to do for the pool equipment. The other is take that longer building that you've designed and put that where the existing garage is.
Okay.
But next to the property line, you've got it in 5 feet, which sort of pinches you there by the pool.
Right.
But if you kept it at the property line, then that opens up another 5 feet for the pool area there.
Yeah, I think what would be interesting to look at with that is and I'm wary to open up files on my computer, and I apologize for that, but we did a shadow study of the existing garage as it relates to the building. And that building projects more shadow on the adjacent property, or shadows further into the property than the proposed building does. Because the buildings move 5 feet away from the property line, 50% of the existing separation from house to property line, that's a significant change to the relationship of the sun angle to the ridge and onto the property, even though it's 14 feet tall, 3 feet taller. So if we move the building off the property line, or if we keep the building on the property line, then the follow-up questions are, is the building longer along the property line? If so, we're intensifying a nonconformity. If the building is taller on the property line to accommodate pool equipment, we're intensifying a nonconformity. If we move the building off the property line, we're mitigating a nonconformity and we're screening it. Those two pieces seem to me a better way to address the nonconformity and reconstruction of the garage than to reconstruct it on the property line in either its longer floor plan or its taller height. From a building code perspective, we can handle either one of them. The building can be non-combustible 1 hour construction on the property line. That's not a problem. And Eric Robbie would tell us that that's acceptable. There are no windows on the building right now along the east side. At 5 feet, it doesn't have to be a 1 hour rated building, but our plans are showing it that way to satisfy, to go above and beyond what's required by the building code and what would be a Chapter 7 requirement from the fire department. So the separation of 5 feet is significant. It doesn't sound like a lot because if you put your hands out, you get to 5 feet, you think that's not that big. But if you have only 9 feet between the house and the existing fence, 5 feet is a substantial piece. So the driveway would go right along the property line. Any screening that would be retained with the redwoods would be that existing hedge of redwood, which is not the proper way to plant redwoods. And there's been an ongoing discussion between the Stolls and the Russells about how do we get rid of the redwoods. At least that's my understanding of the conversation. They're damaging the foundation. They're too tall, they might fall on a house. The arborist doesn't like them because they're a hazard. It's an opportunity to remove that planting, and we have to be able to plant on the Stolls property to mitigate the removal of that hazard. And so the building by nature is also best accommodating that if it's 5 feet off the property line.
Okay, I'd like to open it up to the public now. Linda, can you?
Let's see, yeah, we have one person here.
Unmute. Okay. This is William Devlin. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I'm used to this sort of thing with other cities. Okay, I hope that everyone has read my Saturday, February 6th Gmail to you all, which we spent substantial time in trying to lay out the issues and lay out what we feel should be done. And we've got several problems here. And that is that, first of all, as far as the planting is concerned, at the edge of 10 Fern Hill, abutting our property, it's all scraggly bamboo. And I can tell you that the fire department does not take kindly to that. All right. The other thing is this possibility of an ADU that's already been drawn up by the architect on August 26, 2020, ready to go. And the problem that is with this is that the city, the town's ordinance recommends for all new buildings a minimum of 50-foot setback from the top of the creek bank. And this would totally eliminate the ADU, which is fine with us. The ADU, if you read my email, it really impacts our property. So there is that. And the other thing is that palm tree, if you remove that palm tree, you could possibly readjust a lot of things. It just seems to me that it's an overdevelopment of this property. Having the ADU still be possible it's a sword of Damocles over our heads at 47 Bolinas. It just, because that does not work. You've got the possibility of noise and light, and it's 30 feet from our son's bedroom. So have you seen the plans with the ADU?
Is that a rhetorical question? I mean,
It's not a rhetorical question. It's a question.
Well, that's not in front of us. There is a diagram in the arborist report that shows a potential location for an ADU, but you should focus your comments on the current application that's in front of us.
Well, the problem, Your Honor, the problem with that is that both the ADU and this application are really tied at the hip, and our problems here. If you approve this plan, then you could go forward to the ADU, and if you approve the ADU, which basically it's not an ADU, let's call it, it's a pool house. It's not, this is not in the spirit of workforce housing. It's a pool house, and it's really overdevelopment of the property.
I'm going to have to cut you off because I've let you go over your 3 minutes. So thank you.
Well, so did the architect.
A lot of it was our questions. Thank you. Linda, who's next?
Does anybody have any questions for me?
We have Frank Moline. Go ahead, Frank. Frank, are you there?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm unmuted now, right?
Yes.
Okay, hello, folks. Wow, that's weird. So yeah, I'm Frank Moline, and myself and my wife Doreen have lived at 6 Fern Hill for 30 years. We lived through the 2005 mega flood. We lived through the 2017 mini flood. So this is a very, very flood prone area on what I would call lower Fern Hill. This creek that bisects the Bolinas Fern Hill tract, runs through everybody's sort of backyard here. And when it gets to our yard, it then goes underground under Margie Ellis at 4. So we've got a huge constriction there that decreases the flow out of our yard. So our creek is very likely to go over. So I'm opposed to any pool in the Bolinas Bolinas Fern Hill tract here, if you want to call it that. Now, I know the hydrologists are going to tell you the pool doesn't make any difference, okay? But I mean, just if every yard had a pool here, there'd be less water absorption when it rains. If no lot in this tract had any pools, there'd be a lot more water absorption and conservation when it rains. I mean, the hydrologists always work their way around this. And then with the pervious pavers, I appreciate that maneuver too. And of course, they're a new help with all this water handling issue. But once the ground gets saturated underneath, they don't do any good either, of course. So this place gets saturated. It's by its nature, it's saturated. So I will continue to oppose any pool in the Bolinas Fern Hill tract, as I call it here. And I know many other people who have been here a long time feel the same way. So that's all I have to say. And council, thank you guys very, very much. I mean, you guys work so hard at this and you spend so much time and you've got so many difficult decisions. And, you know, I've been around 30 years now. This council and all the others before them have been excellent in terms of trying to make Ross a better place. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Frank. We appreciate that comment.
Go ahead, Andrew Biggs.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Frank, I hope your grandchild is enjoying the basketball hoop you picked up from our place. My name is Andrew Biggs. We live directly next to the Stoles at 12 Fernhill Avenue. I'd like to say a few words in regards to the current application from our point of view. I think Julie and Al have done a great job of outreach regarding their plans, and they've given us a good overview of their vision for the property. And we've discussed the scope of the project. They've addressed our concerns around permeability, elevations, and screening. So I guess I just wanted to say, you know, from the standpoint of our property and our conversations, we support the project as it relates to our property. I think the project will add to the charm and character of the neighborhood, and we hope the Stoles have the opportunity to, you know, create a wonderful backyard that they'll be happy with. So just wanted to add my 2 cents and, you know, thank them for all the outreach, and thanks for the chance to speak. Hope everybody has a great night.
Thank you, Andrew.
We have Rupert Russell. Go ahead, Rupert.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Rupert.
Hi. So I'm Rupert Russell from 8 Fernhill, and this has been a difficult period for me for the last few days. But anyway, I'm lucky I'm here, and I'm going to largely read what I was going to say just to frankly reduce stress. I've written a few letters to the council, and I hope you've read those. I'm not going to focus on the hydrological issues. We are in the worst part of the floodplain in Ross, but I would just ask that a hydrological study be done before this project is approved. All of the neighbors who opposed this project were here during the 2005 flood. And frankly, all of the neighbors who are opposing are either adjacent or they're downhill of this of this project. So I think that is important to take into account. But our key focus at the moment is on the garage structure. And so we will go into some more detail on that. But to us, moving the proposed structure, 5 feet is actually, if anything, magnifying the non-conformity. That putting it right in front of our window and increasing its height and its length is absolutely aggravating the non-conformity, exacerbating it. And I'm not aware, frankly, of the council ever having made a decision previously to approve a project in the setback where the non-conformity is being increased. So to me, this is undermining the spirit and the letter of our rules and is going to set a dreadful precedent going forward for the town. This is an entirely voluntary project. Unlike when we had to rebuild after the 2005 flood, when at that time we had to be very sensitive about the setback with 10 Fernhill, and in fact had to remove steps going down from our bedroom that existed prior to the flood. We were forced to remove those in order to maintain the setback for 10 Fernhill. So all I'm looking for here is fairness and consistency in application. Most importantly, though, there's nothing sacred about the positioning of any item of this proposed project. The garage could be closer to the pool. The pool could be closer up to the rear setback, whether it's the 40-foot or the 25-foot, there's still plenty of room to move it if necessary. The lounging area, for instance, could be in a different spot. The garage could be smaller if necessary, or the pool could be smaller if necessary. There are lots of different ways to slice this onion, and I don't really understand why it is that there's just complete resistance to looking at alternatives. I have to say that John Clark and Shelby are fantastic architects, do a great job for their client. They are super. I would absolutely use you guys, but the one thing you don't do is try to think about how does it impact the neighbors and how do you find an alternative that works for everybody. And that's what we would like to be able to support.
Rupert, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off.
Well, I'd just like to say thanks very much. And I appreciate particularly the fact that you all came to visit and saw the impact.
Thank you.
Let's see. I'm bringing in Sylvia Russell.
Hi, Sylvia.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. Well, it's nice to want it all, but the stalls are not entitled to have it all while adversely affecting us and increasing our property value. They want a pool, a cabana, an equipment house, a palm tree, a swimming pool. Perhaps they need to find a way to get what they want while working with their neighbors. Perhaps the pool can be smaller or the garage smaller. I'm asking you today to vote no on this project. Our first concern is the over-exacerbation of the setback from the garage. As you have seen, the garage looms large in height and length right in front of our window. The landscape architect would like you to believe that it would all be okay once the 14-foot trees are planted, but that won't be the case. We all know the hedge will take 3 to 5 years to mature. When one purchases trees, you either get the height or the width. And if they get the height, which they so talk about, they're not going to get the width. And in the meanwhile, we will be looking at a bulky barn with a light that will most likely be used as a storage or second pool house. We suggest leaving the garage in its present location or moving it further back, making the garage smaller that will still fit the 7-foot platform. With respect to the noisy pool house equipment, which they plan on putting right by our outdoor eating area, we suggest getting a permit and placing it in the ADU. Saying that it cannot be placed in the ADU because it's not on the agenda is not an excuse. They chose not to include it. The council can require that the pool equipment be located at a place of their choice, not in the setback. Our second concern is that the stalls are planning on removing 18 trees, if allowed. We request that they be planted at a minimum height of 14, but also they don't maintain the redwoods. They kept them at 45 feet tall. We would ask council to limit the height at 16 feet when planted. On the redwoods, they're planning on removing 18 and only planting 14. 4 trees in front of our bedroom window will not, 4 trees in front of our bedroom window, crucial to our privacy, will not be replaced. We will be directly able to see their house, and all of our privacy will be gone. Even though they do have a short hedge, which is planted closer to their family room, is only 10 feet tall. It's very slow growing. And we're asking that they plant 4 more trees that are 14 feet in height at the fence line in front of our bedroom windows to protect our privacy, replacing the redwoods that they are taking out. There's got to be a way of having this project move forward. We want the stalls also to have everything that they want, but not at the cost of adversing us in a negative way. Surely, a great architect like John can come up with something that is not going to impact in the way that this does, either keeping it the size that it is, making it taller to fit the equipment. I'm sure that he can figure something out besides impacting us in such a, this is where we live, we play games here, we sit here all the time, we eat all of our meals here, and the trees are not, the hedge is not going to be created until 3 to 5 years from now. This is really going to change the way that we live. And we have to find a way for everybody to get what they want. And I'm sure this can.
Sylvia, I'm sorry, I gotta cut you off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I answer any questions?
I don't see any more, I don't see any more raised hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Breckus, did you want to say something?
If you're ready to bring it back to council, I do.
I am ready to bring it back. Yes, thank you.
Well, so I think this is a tough project, and obviously we don't love it to go this way. But as many of you know, I do litigation disputes, including the bane of my law practice, which is adjoining neighbor disputes. And what we say in the business of adjoining neighbor disputes is you can solve almost any problem through landscaping. And so, to me, it's logical to move this garage equipment away from the property line. It's not logical to keep it on the property line. That may be what the Russells want, but if we're being blind to what a neighbor is saying and thinking about what's best for two properties, we would say that pool equipment, which can be noisy, should not be on the property line. And if we believed that the screening would not do its job, then, that would be a consideration. But again, I mean, I've seen over and over and over how you can put screening in and it can really grow, and it's not 5 to 10 years. I think that it's possible it could be good at the beginning, and they might see the roof peak. And I think within a year or two, it would be totally gone. Maybe they can get plants at that height. I'm not sure. But to me, it's logical when you're thinking about this project and trying to design it, that you would improve the nonconformity by moving it off the property line, especially with pool equipment. I don't like the idea of having 2 pitched roofs. I don't think that makes sense. I do not like the idea of the palm being removed. It's a no-brainer to remove a row of topped redwoods that look atrocious and don't do anything for anybody and never should have been planted. The redwood in the back, which has, these 2 peaks, I don't have an issue there. I wish everybody could have gotten on the same page earlier with ADR, which sometimes happens beautifully, but not always. And I'm not blaming anybody, but the landscaping in the back for the Bolinas people and the idea of removing bamboo at this time, I think is appropriate and should be thought of. And we should propose that with staff that get worked out. But, moving this garage around here, there, and everywhere and putting pool equipment in a structure right up against the property line is not advisable or warranted, in my opinion. So that's it. Thank you.
Elizabeth Robbins.
So I think I'm starting from the point of thinking that you really shouldn't aggravate nonconformity, especially a nonconformity that's in the setback. And so given that, I don't think that this garage should be moved up. I think that the project, I think you can get all the elements of the project and you may need a variance, but I think the garage, moving it up, even pulling it 5 feet off, really does affect the neighboring property. And I don't actually think it'll be screened that well. I think it's very difficult to grow shrubbery between a 6-foot tall fence and a 14-foot tall building. But regardless of that, I think that just pushing the building forward aggravates the nonconformity, and I don't think that that should be done. So if that shouldn't be done, then where I come out on this is that I think that the facade of the garage should remain the same, and that the pool could be pushed over a little bit with a variance. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to approving a variance if the pool's pushed 5 feet to the side. We've approved variances for lots of pools in the last year, and this would be not a very, big ask because it's a narrow lot and the structures fit better if it's moved over. So that's what I would like to see happen.
Beach or Bill?
Shall I go? Okay. I've listened carefully to the discussion. I actually went back and listened to the entire design review proceeding as well, just to get a better handle on all the considerations. And I know that moving the garage back 5 feet in a technical sense seems to ameliorate the effect of an encroachment or a nonconformity. But I think the reality here is actually, and I have to agree with Elizabeth Robbins here, it does exacerbate the nonconformity, because the underlying policy, I think, of setbacks is to create a sense of openness, to avoid a feeling of crowding by having buildings too close to where you are, and where you are is relative to the use of the property. What the Russells are saying is where they are often in that kitchen area. That's sort of a central area of their house. And it's one of the areas where they do have a view through the trees. So that's been described as sort of a dappled sunlight view. And so I do have some concerns about it. My thinking is that perhaps some other design could be either closer to the property line or on the property line as it is now, to not interfere with the pool. Or, as Elizabeth Robbins said, perhaps the pool could just be moved over a bit. And I agree, I would support, from what I've heard so far anyway, a variance. Of course, we'd have to hear from neighbors and consider that properly. But that would be my preference. I would like to see that pursued. If it's appropriate, perhaps to continue this and allow for some further development of those possibilities and then bring it back. I'm reluctant to cause the applicants to incur more expense, but on the other hand, they do have a strong interest in this and how it's being done. And we do. I think we really should also consider, and we are considering, the impact on the Russells, because they are really the beneficiary here of the setback.
Beach.
This is a very difficult decision for me. I operate under the basic principle that, except in extreme cases, people ought to be allowed to do anything reasonable on their property. That's limited by the fact that it may be reasonable, but if it sufficiently affects neighbors, maybe they can't be allowed to do that. I find it hard to believe that there isn't something else that can be done that will solve this problem and still give the Stolls what they think, what they want. I'm kind of inclined to vote against approval of the project at this time, with the hope that the Stolls will soon come back with some other plan that we can approve. I do that very reluctantly. I mean, I see merits and demerits to both sides of the argument here. But I think I'm inclined to vote against it and invite the Stolls to come back with something else that solves this problem.
My view is I agree with what Beach has said. My inclination is to let people do what they want with their property. On the other hand, when it is adversely affecting to a great degree the neighbor, we have to be really careful and considerate. And I also am kind of bothered by this, let's go for the pool and the garage now and then do the ADU later. when the ADU is going to be, you know, very close to the creek, it just doesn't sit right with me. It seems kind of sneaky. And I think, you know, were the ADU to be authorized, I would think that's much closer to the pool. And it would seem like that would be a better location for the pool equipment. So I think that the applicant needs to work a little harder with the neighbor, come up with a more creative solution to get their pool, to get their pool equipment, to redo their garage. And if they're going to do an ADU, you know, I think that they should be upfront about it and do it at the same time instead of piecemeal. That just doesn't seem fair. So it sounds like we are deciding to continue the matter or not approve this matter. What are we doing?
And maybe you could advise us, do we, I mean, obviously we could vote against it, but is it easier to continue it? What would be the best course?
I think for right now, you can do one of two things, either direct staff to bring back a resolution at the next meeting denying the project and making the findings, or motion to continue the matter for the parties, the applicant, to listen to the comments that were made tonight and decide whether or not to move forward with revising their project.
And Madam Mayor, I'd recommend asking the applicant if, you know, what they'd like the council to do.
Okay. John?
We prefer the opportunity to continue and come back with a solution.
Okay. So could we have a motion for that? Elizabeth Brækhus, did you want to say something?
Yes, I just think it'd be helpful if, well, I do worry that punting it to the neighbors and the applicants is not going to be successful because it hasn't been successful so far. But maybe there's not, you know, I can understand council not wanting to design this, so telling them what to do. But I think we at least need direction from our town attorney as to whether it's appropriate for us to direct them to, you know, design it with an ADU, because I think legally it isn't, and, you know, be, quote, candid about that. I mean, I just feel like we're really running afoul of state law when we even state that. So I think we need some direction, because if that's not the right thing, then we don't want that to be our direction to the applicants.
Thank you. That's a good point. Council.
So I would agree with Councilmember Brækhus. We have to separate out the ADU issue. That's a separate issue altogether. So I think, you know, I think what the applicant has heard is some issues as it relates to the garage and the location and the height and how to accommodate the nonconformity as part of the project description and how to relocate potentially the nonconformity. I don't think we can give them direction to include an ADU or, you know, as part of those continued negotiations or an application. One thing I did hear, which sounds like there's, I mean, again, I think Councilmember Kirscher was clear about this. He's not making any decisions right now, but one thing I heard was there would be a consideration, at least you'd be open to considering a potential variance if that was part of some sort of application revision, which would, you know, require a whole bunch of other considerations as well. But that's something else I heard tonight that the applicants may want to look at as well. But I agree with Councilmember Brækhus in the sense that, you know, more direction is better, but we really can't, as part of that direction, we should not include the ADU discussion.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
You know, on the topic of more direction, it seems as though those of us who aren't, who are uncomfortable with the project are asking for the garage to not be moved farther forward than it exists now. Is that the sort of, is that true? And is that direction we would give the applicant?
I don't think we ought to give the applicant direction about, because that constitutes some suggestion of what would be satisfactory. And just saying move the garage, for example, or do something with the garage, depends whether that's satisfactory, depends on what else, may depend on what else is done. So I would be disinclined to vote for any motion that contains some suggestion of what to do next.
Then we don't really have to make, do we need to make any motion at all? I mean, can we just say it's continued and we're done?
That's correct. You can bring a motion to continue the matter. And then the direction is really what's been spoken about tonight. And the applicant will have to, go through the hearing and parse out what they've heard and work with staff to try to develop a revised project.
You're muted.
Yeah, maybe I should say one more thing. We've been pounding on the applicant. I think that the Russells also have to consider that they've got to give some ground. They've got to help the applicants to get something done. It's really up to both parties to get something done that isn't going to be perfect for either of them, maybe isn't even going to be satisfactory for either of them, but it'll be something that they're satisfied to accept.
I'd like to move that we continue this to the March meeting.
Second.
All right, let's take the vote. Councilmember Breckus.
Aye.
And Councilmember Kircher,
Aye.
Councilmember Cool,
Aye.
Councilmember Robbins,
Aye.
and Mayor McMillan.
Aye.
Motion passes to continue to the March meeting.
Thank you, everyone. Could we take a 5-minute break? I realize it's very late, but we have been here for almost 2 hours again. So let's resume at 10. Okay. Thank you. We're at item number 15, 92 Laurel Grove Avenue, design review and accessory dwelling unit permit and town council consideration of adoption of resolution number 2195. Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The item before you is the Hale residence at 92 Laurel Grove Avenue. The owners are Rob and Catherine Hale, and the architect is Barbara Chambers of Chambers and Chambers Architects.
Matthew, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Did everyone hear my first introduction? Okay, I apologize for that. 92 Laurel Grove is a corner lot located at the corner of Laurel Grove and Skyland Way. It meets the minimum 1 acre lot size, has an average slope of 13%. And as I mentioned, it's a corner lot. Project history, fairly brief, extensive reconstruction in 1997 and 1998, resulting in the current property, which we have shown here on the existing site plan, which contains a 2-story single-family residence and accessory buildings. The accessory buildings consist of a garage and a pool shed, and the current property has driveway access on Laurel Grove Avenue. So Laurel Grove is to the right, and Skyland Way is at the top of the plan. And we can see the existing driveway comes in from busy Laurel Grove and crosses the entire property, occupying most of the most of the east side of the lot before it meets with the driveway. The proposed project would relocate that driveway from Laurel Grove Avenue to Skyland Way. And we can see that relocated driveway would be a compact hammerhead as opposed to that long linear sinuous driveway that currently occupies the property. In the location where the existing driveway crosses the property would be constructed a new pool and 2-story pool house. The pool house would be 1,129 square feet. And the existing pool and pool shed would be removed from this portion of the property and replaced with lawn. Here we see the pool house elevations. It's 1 story to 2 stories, depending on which elevation you're looking at. The maximum height would be 18 feet. As you can see, it has earth tone and naturalistic elements to it. As a pool house, it would be accessory to the primary dwelling. It would not be a secondary dwelling unit or an independent dwelling unit. Here are colors and materials and details. Again, a picture is worth 1,000 words, so I won't spend much time on this slide. The advisory design review reviewed an earlier version of this project on October 20th. That project had many more elements proposed. The advisory design review group recommended reducing the proposed density and level of development, reorienting the accessory building to minimize its profile from Skyland Way, and avoiding expanding the existing garage to protect views. The applicant considered these recommendations and did revise the project to conform with these comments and resubmitted that project for review to the ADR group, and that's the project that we have today. The advisory design review group reviewed that project on January 19th and unanimously recommended design review approval. They noted that all of the ADR group's recommendations had been implemented. Furthermore, though, after the unanimous approval, the applicant further downscaled the project to some degree by reducing the overall accessory building floor area and coverage, eliminating the proposed ADU from the interior of the accessory building to make it entirely a pool house, and essentially further minimizing the scope of the project. Staff recommends that that final revised project design is consistent with the design that was reviewed and approved by the ADR group. Public comments have been received expressing support based on project merits from neighbors at 4 and 6 Skyland Way. Other neighbors have also expressed concerns and objections to the project, primarily in regards to concerns about how the new driveway on Skyland Way could impact traffic and parking. So the key issues that staff recommends that the council consider are privacy and screening. One would note that the new pool area is located away from the adjacent residential properties to the north and to the west. It's located closer to the street frontages, and there is new screening proposed around the pool area and 10 feet back of the roadways to further provide for privacy and screening. In terms of the riparian zones, there is a creek that runs in front of the property along Laurel Grove. The project would involve no new development whatsoever within 50 feet of the creek bank. This is the 50-foot delineation for the creek bank, and we can see that there's no new development occurring within that area, and I'll speak about these features in just a minute. And with respect to stormwater management, the project does propose to increase the overall impervious surface coverage. That's largely a result of the requirement that the new driveway be an all-weather surface, so that precludes it from being permeable. So the overall project would result in an increase in impervious surfaces. The project proposes to offset that, in fact, more than offset that increase by 3 very large biodetention areas, which are circled or outlined here in green on the plan. And these are oversized to substantially reduce post-development stormwater runoff rates below the pre-project rates. So these are very large bioretention areas with respect to the actual additional impervious surface. And another key aspect of the project to consider is circulation and traffic. So the project does propose to move the driveway from Laurel Grove Avenue to Skyland Way. Laurel Grove Avenue in front of this property is approximately a half mile of uncontrolled straightaway with pretty busy traffic. Laurel Grove Avenue connects to Sir Francis Drake at both ends, so it receives and funnels traffic through from Sir Francis Drake. And that creates a lot of traffic and going at fairly high rate of speed along Laurel Grove Avenue. As opposed to Skyland Way, which is a dead-end street that its only purpose is really to serve the residences that are on that street. So by moving the driveway from Laurel Grove to Skyland Way, it definitely provides a safer driveway outlet for the property. Our public works staff has reviewed the driveway location and has approved the driveway location in terms of where it is on Skyland Way and with respect to other driveways. The project would also replace the long driveway on the property with a new compact hammerhead. So internally within the property, it also provides for better circulation. With respect to construction impacts, which are clearly a concern of neighbors, the construction management plan that has been submitted, which is actually shown here, shows that on-site parking will occur on a portion of the driveway that would be retained, the existing driveway that would be retained throughout the project, so that parking could occur on the property, and that the construction management plan clearly states that there will be no parking on Skyland Way for construction workers. So the permit required is simply design review for a new building that exceeds 200 square feet of floor area, for fences and gates greater than 48 inches, for an activity or project resulting in more than 50 cubic yards of grading or filling, and for a project resulting in over 1,000 square feet of new impervious landscape surface. Staff does recommend approval of resolution number 2195, conditionally approving design review to construct a new detached 2-story, 1,129 square foot pool house, new pool, patios, and landscaping, and relocate the driveway access from Laurel Grove Avenue to Skyland Way at the existing single-family residential property at 10 Fernhill Avenue. That concludes my presentation. I believe the owner, Rob Hale, and architect Barbara Chambers would like to provide some further information to the council at this time. And I'm available to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I would just point out that the agenda still has the accessory dwelling unit language on it. So the agenda should be design review to construct a new detached 2-story pool house instead of the ADU. Council, do you have questions for Matthew? Okay. Would the applicant like to speak? Elizabeth, do you have questions? Elizabeth Breckus? Okay, you were stretching. Barbara or Rob, would either of you like to speak?
I brought in Rob Hale, and I think, is it Barbara that wants to make the presentation?
I was gonna, hi everyone, this is Rob. I was gonna make a few comments and then turn it over to Barbara.
Okay.
That's okay.
That's great, thank you.
Share my screen. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for considering this proposal. It's my first time presenting to town council, so I apologize in advance if I missed the mark at all. I was just going to quickly give the project context and goals, and then address the the areas where we've received comments most significantly. So when Catherine and I bought this property in 2018, we believed it was obviously a great community, a great town. The location was excellent, but the house and the property, were great, but they needed significant updating. So we went through a project before moving in 2019, working with Chambers and Chambers and Elizabeth Everdell Garden Design to do an interior renovation and to do some landscaping in the front yard. That was successful, and we certainly appreciate our neighbors' patience with the construction during that time. This proposal was always part of our idea. It was what we call phase 2, and it's been designed by the same architecture and landscape team as phase 1, and they'll be presenting in just a minute. So the goals of phase 2 are really to focused on the exterior of the house and the outward facing portion of the property. The goal is to bring the grounds into sync with the neighborhood by introducing heavy screening at the perimeter and layered screening to screen the house, which is towards the high point of the property. Right now, it's visible in areas because there's inadequate screening, and the perimeter of the property has been neglected. We'd also like to use the land in a more terrace fashion that restores it more closely to the natural grades versus the current orientation of the grades where it's sort of a house on a platform feeling. We'd like to replace the old pool, which was built in the 60s or 70s, we believe, with a new pool in a more logical location with modern equipment. We'd like to replace the old pool house, which is very run down and in the setback, with a more usable pool house sited near the near pool at the center of the property and out of the setback. And the pool equipment will also be in the center of the property as well. We'd also like to reduce the traffic safety hazard of the blind pullout onto busy Laurel Grove Avenue, which is particularly dangerous for cars and service delivery vehicles backing out onto the street. And we'd like to improve the fire safety by introducing a fire-rated driveway with fire truck turnaround where there's currently none. And we'd also like to improve the on-site parking capacity. So a lot of goals to accomplish with this project. And I think we've been through a process of receiving feedback from neighbors and going through the 2 sessions of the ADR process. And I think we've ended up with a proposal that I think meets most of the comments that we've received from neighbors, and as well as the feedback from the ADR. There's really one area where there seems to be many comments with objections on this project, and so I'd like to address those. Throughout the process, we've actually had 5 face-to-face meetings and 3 email correspondences, and out of all of those interactions with neighbors, only 1 of the 8 objected to the relocation of the driveway after our explanation of what we were trying to accomplish. And all of the abutting properties, including those directly across Skyland Way, expressed support for the project. However, a number of residents further up Skyland Way have objected to moving our driveway, both through contact with the ADR and the town planner, and I'm sure the town council. They've objected to the proposal to relocate our driveway to Skyland Way. They believe that this will contribute to a traffic and parking problem at the bottom of Skyland. And while I understand their concerns, I would just ask the council to please consider the balance of interests on this issue and not unduly weight their interests. The way I see it, on the one hand, with the driveway reoriented to Skyland, you will have improved fire safety with a fire truck turnaround added, improved traffic safety on busy Laurel Grove, which is considered a connector, eliminated visual of a long asphalt driveway from Laurel Grove Ave, improved on-site parking capacity, and the removal of the driveway from the riparian zone. And then on the other hand, you have several residents further up Skyland with understandable frustration about the narrowness of the road that serves their properties, but who may not have a fully informed view about how this project will likely change the parking burden on Skyland for the better by bringing parking related to our property onto our property. The perspective of our closest neighbor on Skyland is that the directly across is that the project will actually improve the parking situation on Skyland. So there's kind of a differences of opinion there. And I hope the council will also be guided by the Ross Municipal Code on the matter of the driveway, which states that the walkways, driveways, curb cuts, off-street parking should allow smooth traffic flow and provide for safe ingress and egress to a site. It also says that access ways and parking areas should be in scale with the design of buildings and structures on the site, and the area devoted to driveways, parking pads, and parking facilities should be minimized. So I think when you look at the redesign as Matthew walked through, and you see on the site plan on my screen, I really do believe that this new reorientation of the driveway accomplishes all of our goals and is much more consistent with the Ross Municipal Code. So I ask you to consider that as you evaluate this project. And with that, I will turn it over to Barbara Chambers, our architect. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Linda, do you see Barbara?
I'm bringing her in now.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't know why the video is not on. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hi, Barbara.
Hi. And how do I turn the video on? Oh, here. Okay, great. Same as it used to be. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for listening. It's so late. I was going to ask Kim if you could get Kim to join. She was going to put up a something on the screen. I guess if she can't, we can live without it. Can Linda bring in Kim?
Yes.
Okay, great. Just for a photo, please. But I'll get started here. So as Rob explained, this is phase 2 of the project and involves 4 related and overlapping elements. One is the major landscape renovations to the project. The second is the pool and surrounding landscape and terrace elements. And the third is a new pool house, a very small 1,129 to be exact, 2-story structure, and the relocation of the current approach and driveway to Skyland. So regarding the major renovations to the existing exterior grounds, we wanted to create a better connection and flow from the newly renovated house and the exterior landscape. The existing pool and adjacent pool house were both very oddly placed onto the site and have been renovated a number of times in the past. The pool is too close to the existing house, and the existing pool house is not functional and within the side yard setback. Both the pool and the pool house are structurally defective. We desired an overall landscape design that fits into its natural setting. The new pool house is going to be, the second item was going to be discussed by Betsy Everdale Design following me. But I wanted to touch on the pool house a little bit and let you know how that evolved. So a 1-story pool building was redesigned and relocated given the feedback from the ADR group. ADR had suggested a structure perpendicular to Skyline Way. So given the topography of the site, we decided on a 2-story element, which creates a barrier from the parking lot to the lower pool terrace, excuse me, and also separates areas for children and adult activity. These spaces will be multifunctional over time. And lastly, it's our desire to have access to the pool through a parking courtyard, the existing children's play area in the back, and also the main entry to the house. The pool house is in character with the topography and its setting. The proposed design is compatible with other small residential buildings in the area. And with regard to relocation of the driveway, we actually began the project, this began in the phase 1 part of the project. And it then became clear that the driveway in its current location was problematic and a very big safety concern. Additionally, given the scope of the improvements, the town of Ross requires a code-compliant driveway, approach, and fire truck turnaround. So early in our discussions with Public Works and later the fire department, they indicated that Skyline Way was a superior location for the driveway. So therefore, we pursued this option very early in the design process. The existing driveway is unsafe, a pedestrian hazard, and does not meet the fire truck regulations. The existing driveway is also very out of scale for a beautiful site like this. So in concluding, after submitting and studying alternate locations for the pool house and related landscape, the ADR was in unanimous support of the project in terms of its current configuration, which we're proposing to you this evening. Staff also recommends that the final revised project design, where very minor edits were made, is consistent with the design reviewed by ADR. The current application before you is consistent with the purpose of design review and design review criteria. We hope that you'll approve the project as submitted. And with that, I will turn it over to Betsy Everdale Garden Design to speak briefly about the landscape elements. Thank you.
Please close the screen share. Okay, that's Elizabeth. Okay.
I think we're looking for Melinda.
I thought you said Betsy Everdell.
Yeah, I think Melinda is going to speak for her, I believe. If she's there in the.
There is someone that says Elizabeth Everdell.
Yeah, try that then.
Yeah.
Unmute. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
No.
No, we see all your emails.
Oh dear, that's not good. Well, let's, how bizarre. I don't know, your screen sharing. Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and talk. I don't know why it's not.
Betsy, do you want me to bring up the site plan?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, I think you have to stop sharing your screen. Top red button.
I don't know where we are here.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I'll just bring this up.
Great. Wonderful. So everybody's talked about the driveway, and it's a little bit scary as it is now, which sort of inspired all of us to try to figure out another way to solve it. The other problem is that the driveway comes all the way up the street on Skyland, and then you can't really park, because if you park, you block the garage, so cars can't come out. So we developed this whole new scheme, which is a good flow, and the fire department likes it. And I think we're really on a good course with this. The other plus of having the driveway coming in from the side is that we can do abundant planting and screening on Skyland Way, which is limited now. But when we make the driveway go away, that will all be a much softer, nicer look. And the trees will be strategically clustered on Laurel Grove and Skyland to help soften the views from the street and provide privacy for the family. Views into the property from Skyland will benefit from having lush native greens. In order to create safe, usable play space for the Hale family, the lawn and pool areas have been set into the grade so as to avoid the need for large retaining walls. By working with the natural topography of the site, we're able to utilize low, dry stack stone walls and gentle slopes that tie into the existing grade. The overall effect will be a softly terraced hillside layered with stone and planting, which I hope is somewhat indicated by what you're seeing here. I think that's it, and we are happy to answer any questions. And thank you for staying up so late and plowing through all these things. You are amazing, all of you.
We're sorry to keep you up so late too. Council, does anyone have any questions for the applicant or the architect or the landscape architect? Okay. Any public comment?
No one's hands are raised, Mayor.
Okay, great. And let's bring it back. Discussion, thoughts, emotion?
Move we approve resolution 2195.
Second,
All right, let's take the vote. Councilmember Breckus.
I just saw a hand raised, but I guess that's someone who spoke previously. So
yeah,
if that's the case, then move to approve.
We're taking the vote now. And how do you vote? Councilmember Breckus.
Approve.
Councilmember Kircher.
Aye.
Councilmember Cool.
aye.
Councilmember Robbins.
Aye.
And Mayor McMillan.
Aye.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Matthew,
much.
for all your support. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Night.
All right. Next is number 16, no action items. Council correspondence? Anybody have anything? All right. Future council items. Any suggestions? Elizabeth Breckus.
I have two items. One, I'd like to agendize whether or not we should have roosters in town.
Have what?
Roosters in town?
Roosters.
You have one that doesn't seem to keep the schedule, even if that was a good thing. And then the second item I'd like to agendize is, and by the way, most towns do have rooster prohibitions. They allow hens, but not roosters. And the other one is how our protocol about how long people speak and how many people speak, because most items limit it. You know, if you have 2 residents of a home plus an architect plus a lawyer, not everyone gets 3 minutes. So,
yeah.
And same for applicants. You have a landscape architect. I don't know that our protocol already provides for it. If it does, maybe it's a review item. If not, maybe it's a discussion item.
So I'll support you on the roosters, and on the other, yes, if we don't have it in our code.
I think it would be in our protocol.
It's in the protocol, and I think Beach wants to add something on it.
It is in the protocol.
Yeah, it is in there. We got followed.
They get 15 minutes total, and they can reserve some of it if they want to after they've heard the public.
But separate item, whether opposing party gets 3 minutes as a household, or whether they get 3, 6, 9 with an architect, 12 with a lawyer. I don't know if that's addressed.
I don't think that's in our protocol.
Yeah.
Part 2. So does council want to visit how much a household gets? So we have the other part, and I would suggest, and I remember Councilmember Cool was he would tell people at the beginning, this is how much the applicant team has, and I think we should go back to that format of doing that again.
Well, that's my fault. So I'm
No,
sorry.
what we've kind of stopped since it was, but so we will get that now. So does council, are they interested in how many minutes per household? That is not in our guidelines. So is there a second? Do you want to visit it? Is there a second on it to visit that?
Which one are we talking about? The how many people in a household?
Yeah.
I support putting that on the agenda.
Including lawyers and architects.
Okay, should we do it and bring the protocols, just that specifically, or just have a review of the whole protocol at the same time, or just specifically that item versus the rest of the protocols?
You want to prepare a staff report about the whole protocol?
I would just say, here it is. What is and it's the council. We
already have the applicant information, right? So Elizabeth, you're asking for the rebuttal from the neighbors, how many people can speak? Is
I
that what,
don't even memorize what the applicant gets versus what the neighbor. So we could bring both of those items without the whole protocol back. And if tinkering with one or the other needs it, but I would just say like, we should definitely, you know, set out the procedure so everyone has the expectation, you know, here's what my team gets.
Okay. We will bring it back. I think it got a second, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Seconded it, yeah.
Okay.
Anything else for future council items?
Yes, yes, and I'm not sure this is something we need to agendize, but it occurred to me and I wanted to raise it, which is that I think we ought to encourage students to speak up as they did today. I think that was really something that was exciting to see, that our young people are paying attention and participating. And they may have more to say about this creek project. We got some of that today, but I don't know how we could reach out to maybe get more of their point of view. But I would recommend that we encourage this. I think the boy who addressed us was expecting an answer to his question, may not have realized that we can't actually answer questions. And so I don't know what his takeaway was, but anyway, these are, as I indicated, I'm not sure we need to agendize this, but it may be something we want to consider, encouraging wider participation, reaching into the Ross School and children who are interested in this.
You know, in normal times, we would have a leadership cabinet meeting that would meet periodically with people from the school and other organizations to have discussion about those types of issues, but we haven't had that since COVID.
I did notice tonight that that Michael McDowell was on the conference for a while. So he may have had something to do with the students coming forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
hey, thank you for the breaks. That was actually really helpful to get like 5 minutes to get some food and just kind of walk around a bit.
Yeah.
I thought, it's short. It's not like a 15-minute break. It didn't set back the other people, but I thought it was a real help. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry it took such a long time to get to where we are, but we did it.
See you next time.
Good night.
Next time we're gonna have a number of items. It's gonna be a busy one.
Yeah.
So rest up before. Have a good evening.